Welcome to this Christmas stream. Hey, Uncle Al, good to see you, buddy. How are you doing this Christmas? Well, I hope your Christmas has been okay for you, Uncle Al. I don't usually begin my stream this late, but today I had to, so I hope that is okay with you guys. Hey, Guardian, good to see you. Hey, Curtis, good to see you too. Hey, Donna, good to see you. Hey, Food Forest Permaculture, good to see you, buddy. I didn't expect to see anyone here today, actually, but I'm happy to see every one of you. Yeah, and if anybody feels up for it, you can just click the link and pop up here. It's always nice. I know Uncle L wants to pop up. I know that. And if there is somebody else who would want to join me up here, just feel free to click the link. And Merry Christmas to every one of you guys. Ah, you're cooking, Uncle Al. Well, you have to do that too. You need to eat. Ah, cooking dinner. It's good to see every one of you here. And I didn't expect anyone, but I know you celebrate on the Christmas Day and we celebrate on the Christmas Eve, so we have different days we celebrate. So first, I was not sure if I would do a stream this Saturday because of the Christmas, because most of you guys celebrate on the Christmas Day, which is today. So I made a poll, and some of you guys wanted me to have this stream today, so here we are. Yeah, Chinese food is something I like, actually. I had fried shrimps and sweet and sour sauce and rice. I believe it was at Thursday. Yeah, Thursday. I love Chinese food. That fills you up, really. What did you had for lunch? Was it fried chicken or fried shrimps or fried veggies or spring rolls? Anybody here who wants to join me up here? It would be nice. Sweet and sour pork. Well, that works too. And just put this link up again. Yeah, there is the link. Just click it if you want to join me up here. Six people in the house. It's awesome. Actually, I didn't expect 6 people. But the more people who join me here, join my stream, the merrier. Anybody who wants to join me up here? Anybody? Well, we give it a couple of minutes. I know somebody will pop up. It's always nice to have people on the panel. Yeah. It's always nice to have people on the panel.
Hi there. Thank you for having me up on the panel, Shadow. Can you hear me right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Is it okay if just for now in the evening, I won't have my cam on just for now unless I put my cam on a bit later. But yeah, it's just been quite a good day. Merry Christmas to everybody, by the way.
Yeah, that's why I made this banner.
Yes, absolutely. And I know, I specifically know how it can be quite a challenge. I think that a lot of people who do live streams completely understand what the challenge is when it comes to doing, like a live stream solo. So I completely understand that. And I'm always happy to help and join in. I'll tell you a little bit about my Christmas as well. We went out to the family farm and we went there and had a big Christmas and a nice meal. And we always seem to have a good time with the family out there, And I just wanted to say that I'm happy that you did the stream this evening. I've gotten used to, it's a Saturday evening, 9 o'clock. It's where your streams usually start up. And it's always something that's so nice to just join and to just chat to a bunch of friends. It feels like a good social gathering. So I appreciate the platform.
Yeah, that it is an awesome platform. And it's always good to hear people who really like to come to my streams. That is awesome, and especially you and the other in the chat as well. So it's awesome. Thumbs up for you guys.
Yeah, and you've got some really great people. I've definitely made some good friends through your streams as well. I've made, a good couple of people within your community, and it's nice to see some new faces in the chat on the side. Merry Christmas to everybody. And I know that some people are a little bit busy with family and they might only be able to pop in for a little bit, but thank you to everybody for being here and for just making these streams more interesting as well. Because the more interaction, of course, it always, makes it interesting for people to have communication.
Yeah, that's the difficult thing with streams is the interaction and to make it interesting, to make people stay. It's not that easy.
I think a lot of the time when people, because what I've noticed as well is even regardless of which stream it is, like no matter what the size of the stream is as well, a lot of the time people will kind of pop in for a bit and like like myself specifically, and I know that there's a few other people that when they join a stream they'll usually stay for the entire duration. But a lot of the time, specifically on like a public holiday and stuff, I would understand if the numbers went up and down, and it was kind of sporadic to a degree. But I think that the community and the people that, what I really mean is that the people that are within the, within the chat section as well, and people that, just want to speak to one another, it definitely provides them a place to just drop in and to just get to say hello to some of their friends.
Hello, everybody, and Merry Christmas. Good Yule.
Merry Christmas.
Hi, Merry Christmas. Thank you for popping in on the panel. It's good to see you.
Good to see you too, even though you're just a icon right now.
Yeah, what you could do if you wanted to, Shadow, is you could slide me down so that Curtis is above me because he has his video on at the moment. So you could switch us, and then it would be me at the bottom. So then,
you don't have to move us.
No.
You're perfectly fine where you're at.
No, I prefer the visual of it being the person that doesn't have their camera up at being at the bottom. I'm a little bit OCD in that way.
Okay. Well, you better switch us, or he's going to have a nervous breakdown.
There we go. That looks great. I prefer that, yes. So.
Actually, I never did this before, to move people around like that. So I was not sure if I did.
You got it right on the first try. Congratulations.
Yeah. That's perfect. Yeah. And your Christmas, Curtis, have you had a nice meal today?
Yes. I live alone, and my Christmas tradition is to get Chinese food.
Lovely. Yeah.
There's a couple of American Christmas movies where that happens, where something happens with their Christmas dinner, so they go out for Chinese food. So I was by myself, and I didn't feel like cooking a big meal and only, not having it to share with anybody. And so about 5 years ago, I started going out for Chinese food.
Well, that's the nice thing about the stream, of course, is that we still have, there's still a bit of a community. And even if somebody feels like just catching up with some people and having a bit of a chat on Christmas, then this is a great place for that, So you're never really alone, is what I'm saying. Specifically,
well, I have friends in that. I don't mean alone. I just meant they've got their own thing to do at Christmas, and
yes,
and I don't live close to any of my family, so
yeah, that makes sense. It does, but I'm just saying it's nice to have people to catch up with. I have definitely been through periods of my life where I was, I have felt like what lonely really feels like, and it's just nice that there is always a platform where you can communicate with people.
Yeah, I know. Now we are 10 in the house. That is awesome. I didn't expect 10 people in my stream at the Christmas day. Well, this is
awesome. Considering when this stream is on here in the United States, I would say that you're going to get people either right after they had Christmas lunch or right before they go have Christmas dinner.
Yeah,
they're waiting to go have Christmas dinner, so they check out YouTube because they seem to remember something about you having that post about the Christmas stream.
Yeah. Merry Christmas, Uncle Al. Good to see you, buddy.
Having that post about Christmas. Merry Christmas, Uncle Al.
Hi, everybody.
Although I think I might actually be older than you, but I'm not sure. Merry Christmas, Uncle Al. Although I think I might actually be older than you, but I'm not sure.
Oh, wait a second, I got a reverb. 1 second.
Why have I locked up? Oh, he's got to get his headset on, or we're going to have echoes again.
That's the problem.
Yeah, it's just I get sound problems when I don't wear this. Okay.
We put tab A into slot B, and ta-da!
Yeah, we're good.
Merry Christmas.
Or the stuff.
Good to see you.
Yeah. Merry Christmas, everybody. And Guardian Prepper did a video on hardtack. You can get the cutters, and if you want to make ship's biscuits, a biscuit cutter will work. Just make it thin enough, because if you ever eat anything, you get bad teeth like Uncle Al, break everything in your jaw. Hi, Curtis. The trick is you dye your hair. That way nobody can tell how old you are.
Well, mine's been this color since I was 40 years old. The California sun bleached it out.
Yeah, same here, but I dye my hair. I still get a few gray streaks, but you can't see
they don't
it,
make
but...
I'm a natural redhead, so they don't make that actual color. When you're an ebony haired person, you can find all kinds of hair dye, but most of the bottle redhead stuff is for obviously fake redheads. It's not
right
natural looking.
Now, you don't want to look like one of those cartoon characters.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, no, they have shades of that approach natural redhead, but they add more bronzing to it or more copper to it. You'd have to be a redhead to understand that.
Yeah.
We can tell when somebody is just a dye job.
Yeah. That is kids today with their weird stuff.
It is true, but I actually I've always, since I've been young, I've always actually liked because of some of the music I listen to as well. I like some of the punk scene. So punk and rock specifically. So when it comes to crazy and out there hairdos and that, and hair colors, I actually sometimes like it. If somebody, even though I'm somebody that's bald myself, I don't have any hair at all, but I used to wear my hair quite long and down to my shoulders, and I used to just enjoy having hair before it all disappeared on me. And unfortunately, because it's all gone now. But I like it. Can be good. Sorry, go ahead, Curtis.
When I was a teenager, before they had the washes for the bright reds and oranges and greens and blues that they have now for hair, the teenagers used to put Kool-Aid in their hair to color it.
I've heard of that. I
remember that.
Kool-Aid is a drink mix in the United States.
Because they tried food coloring, but it ran down their back.
Right.
That was the funniest thing you ever seen. Because I remember high school, somebody tried to do that, and they had yellow streaks down their back.
You see, that's the thing.
If a punk gets caught in the rain, it streams down their entire body when they use Kool-Aid. But they would set it with hairspray. They would put the Kool-Aid in their hair and then set it with hairspray. Basically glue it to their hair.
Yeah, worse, it was vinyl net or egg whites. And when the rain catches it, you know what happens to Kool-Aid and egg whites in the rain? It starts to foam. And it was
looks like colored Alka-Seltzer.
Go ahead, Guardian.
Oh, no, I was just going to also say hello to the chat. I was going to say hello to Thor. Thank you for being here in the chat as well. And Second Star Survival, awesome to see you. Harvey Black, Merry Christmas to all you guys. And it's good to see a lot of the familiar faces as well. JFM, also appreciate you being here. Just wanted to give a quick shout out to Miss Worm as well and McAngel. So thank you for everybody joining the chat. Also to Hoog Homestead, a Merry Christmas. And that's just a little bit that I wanted to say to the chat real quick.
Yeah, you know how everybody else goes to Chinese food? I'm kind of looking at them like, wait a second, I'm Asian. Why do I have to go out for Chinese food? Because I eat that all the time. It's like, so I'm cooking a traditional modified turkey dinner. We're having the exotic turkey loaf, and then we're having carrots.
Exotic turkey loaf. That's one way of putting it.
Yeah, and then whatchamacallit? It's dark meat and breast meat squeezed together. So it fits into a bread pan, and I cook it for about 2 hours. That's a lot easier. And then I got the exotic peas and carrots. and then mashed potato and stuffing. I always cook the stuffing separate because I learned from 1 year. Oh God, nothing like celebrating Christmas in the hospital. I had food poisoning because my nephew turned down the heat on my turkey. It was a good 18-pound turkey, and he turned the heat down to 375. It's supposed to be 450, and he turned it down. It's going to burn the turkey. I'm trying to cook the insides in it because I'm the
Oh
cook of the
no.
family.
The only thing you should put inside a turkey are like aromatic vegetables to help flavor the meat. The when they used to actually, okay, you guys don't know this about me, but for 27 years I was a professional chef. Uh, so the only back when they used to actually stuff birds, they before they stuffed them, they deboned them for one thing. The other thing is they put them in low, slow ovens for a very long time, like 18 to 20 hours. And then they would reverse sear them where they would put a glaze on them and then cook them to get the color on the outside at very high heat at the very end. And that's not the way modern people cook their food.
Nope.
So they get that mistake that you had where they have a salmonella stew going on inside the bird.
Yeah. After that, I cooked the stuffing separate. And then,
Yep,
what do you use for aromatics? I used to use apples and onions.
that's a very good combination inside a turkey, right? Like that. Uh, but any mirepoix, carrots, onions, celery, uh, carrots, onion, chili peppers. Um,
You ever try parsnip?
not as an aromatic, as a vegetable, yes.
Yeah, because sometimes I can't eat mashed potato. It irritates my bowels. So I make cream. What you call it? I roast the parsnip and grind it down to make it like a mash.
Okay.
Yeah, it comes out great. It's a roasted parsnip mash. It's really nice, and I add whole cream to it.
Uh,
And most people wonder what kind of weird mashed potato Uncle Alan made. I don't tell
well,
them it's parsnip.
uh, for some reason, a friend of mine made turnips one year, and no, and they thought those were the weirdest potatoes they'd ever had, and 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 they got the recipe off the internet. One of the both a good thing and a bad thing about the internet is that people are able to try foods they've never tried before. But if you're only a moderately good cook and you try to copy a recipe off of the internet, that can turn out disastrously.
Oh yeah, I seen my friend burn down the garage last year.
Trying to deep fry a turkey.
Yeah, but I said, "What the hell are you doing? It's supposed to be outside the garage, away from the house." And
And you have people do not understand science. There's this uh, displacement. That's the actual scientific term. You need what you do is you heat the oil. You what you do is you put water in your cooking pot before, but not hot. You fill it to where you think the oil should go. Then you take the frozen turkey and you immerse it in the water. And if the water overflows the pot, that's not how much oil you want. Because what causes the fire is you put the turkey in, the oil comes outside of the pan, goes down and hits the burner, and the giant phoenix of death will erupt from the pot.
right, his wife was really mad. Turkey was lost. Half his
Garage
garage.
was lost.
Yeah, I know because I was there with the fire extinguisher, and he was getting the garden hose. I'm looking at him like, seriously? I got my good fire extinguisher to put out a truck fire to put out this mess, and fire department came. They're like, "Yep, another turkey fire." And he didn't. I said, "Did you lower it carefully?" And he said, What do you mean lowered? I just chucked the whole turkey in. Like,
There we go. Well, the interesting thing is I saw a video just before Thanksgiving where the guy had a tripod set up and it looked like he was going to lower it down with a rope. And he just reached up with a pair of scissors and cut the rope and dropped the turkey from 4 feet above the oil.
God.
And then proceeded to have to stop, drop, and roll because he caught fire. Because it splashed on him.
Yep.
Yeah, you can. Luckily, see, he survived it, so he couldn't win a Darwin Award. You have to die to win a Darwin Award.
Yeah. Like I said, folks. Yeah, hi everybody on the chat. Yeah, it's like me. I always cook. I'm making cornbread in a few minutes. Cornbread. I got the little silicone muffin things, so it'll be a lot easier and doesn't stick to the pan. And I'm tired because yesterday was Christmas Eve, and I was doing my church services and going around and apologizing to the people because my church ladies cooked Christmas Eve dinner for my handicapped and elderly people, and they weren't too happy because they know Uncle Alan cooks out a nice feast, and these guys like, it was horrible.
Oh,
I had to apologize.
Well, one time they said, "Oh, hey, we're going to have we've got food over in the fellowship hall." But my aunts didn't do the cooking, and they go, "Who did the cooking?" And they said, "Oh, a couple of the volunteers." And we went over to the fellowship hall, and it was just, I kid you not, 120 bologna sandwiches.
Yeah. Oh, Thorhaven cooks rabbit in the Dutch oven. That's good. And then I'm not kidding because I told them cook them a nice meal. They got meatloaf yesterday. Well, actually, turkey loaf. Ground up turkey in a loaf and shaped like a little turkey on each of the trays, and they had a slice.
Actually, I was somewhat impressed. One time, a friend of mine took turkey spam, but he hand carved it to look like a little bitty turkey and roasted it in the oven. Now, it wasn't the cooking of the thing that was impressive. It was the carving it to look like a turkey.
Right. That always cracks me up because
it looks like a turkey you could serve. Well, it would be too big to serve a Barbie doll, but whatever doll is slightly bigger than a G.I. Joe, perhaps. I don't know, but
yeah, because my friend was watching MASH and they had the lamb made out of
spam lamb.
Yeah. So he tried to do it and he did it like Legos and got toothpicks and he made a little lamb and he roasted it. I'm looking at him like, are you nuts? Because it was like a little lamb and had a tail, but everything was interlocking. I was afraid people might choke to death because all the toothpicks.
All the toothpicks.
Yeah, it's like, God.
It's like a post I saw on one of the websites I go to. I would rather eat wild game and maybe find a pellet that I've hunted myself and maybe find a pellet or two in the meat rather than go to a fast food place and find a hair in my hamburger.
Or a finger.
Well, I don't know. I've never heard of that, but one of my favorite memes I've ever seen was it's a McDonald's order and it says Big Mac, only tomato, and the person is holding the bun open, and the only thing on the sandwich is a slice of tomato. There's no hamburger patty, there's no cheese, there's nothing but a tomato slice. So it's bread and a tomato, so that's a Big Mac, only tomato, apparently.
It's worse when they try to sell everybody the Hawaiian burger in America. They got away with it in Japan because it was a real burger. But when it came over here, they forgot to put the meat in the burger. So
They
what they
just put
did,
a slice of pineapple.
no, they fried the pineapple. It's supposed to be fried the meat patty and put the pineapple on top. But they forgot in translation, so they just I can understand that. So we'll just deep fry this pineapple, put it on a bed of lettuce, secret sauce, red onions, and some cabbage, and put it at top and sell it as a Hawaiian burger. Did not went too well with most people because the Hawaiian burger in Japan has like a crispy fried chicken patty or a crispy fried beef patty. And that sounds good, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, with the secret sauce and everything, and the red onions and a little bit of cabbage for crunch.
Probably nothing but QP mayonnaise. They
No, it
quote
was like
the secret sauce.
yeah, the secret sauce is like Kewpie mayonnaise, ketchup, pickle relish, and I think horseradish, wasabi.
Oh. All right. Well, okay. The wasabi that's Thousand Island dressing with wasabi in it, pretty
Yeah,
much.
basically.
Because that's what Thousand Island dressing is: mayonnaise, ketchup, and pickle relish.
Right. But the wasabi gave it a kick because everybody liked the chicken one. The beef one was kind of weird because of a fried beef patty, basically.
Well, good. It depends on whether it was. Eh, I can. One of the places that originally made hamburgers in the United States. That's the way they make them. Is they deep fry them. It's in Connecticut, I believe, and I don't. And they've actually never emptied the pot they fry them in. They add more oil to it and they filter it, but they do not. So, I mean, yes, it probably over time, only molecules of the original oil probably still exist, but from the time they've started doing it, they've never gotten rid of the old oil. They've simply added new oil to it.
Right. I think I saw a Japanese special on it. Didn't they add tallow to the fry mix for some reason? You know,
I
beef
think
fat around
that's
the.
all. That's all they fry in. Yeah, they're frying hamburger in. Well, I'll let you know a little secret. A lot of your fish and chips places actually fry their fish in beef fat tallow, and that's how they get meat eaters to eat fish because
Yeah,
it'll still have it'll have a mouthfeel like meat
yeah,
because of
especially
the beef fat that's in the that's part of the frying process.
right. Also, when they make, you ever made croquette? You know the potato patty thing with the crust outside. It's a French
Yeah,
dish.
yeah.
Yeah, because my cousin's thinking of opening a place here, but I'm saying, how much tallow can we get to fry these things? Because it won't taste the same if you fry it in peanut oil. Because I tried it and it was horrible. Never fried
Uh,
croquette in
you
peanut oil was. Bleh.
Actually, the best thing to fry anything in, according to the test kitchen people, is lard. Donuts taste better cooked in lard. Fried chicken tastes better cooked in lard. French fries taste better cooked in lard.
I might look into that. But like I said, I'm trying to make money again. Uh, yeah, I do eat pokey, Stuart. It's like my
What is
family's in
pokey?
Hawaii. They're right now eating pokey right now because they fish off coast of Oahu and they get the big tuna and it's fresh. And they, every Christmas, it's like myself, I'm kind of sick of pokey. If I see another pokey dish, I'm going to throw up. It's like,
Uh,
I want American food. I like beefsteak, hot dogs, fried chicken. That's exotic for me. If every day here, no, no more Asian food. I eat it all the time. It gets boring after a while.
well, yeah.
That's why I like,
Anything. What I don't understand is why a lot of guys my age pretty much eat the same thing every day. Have you just given up on life? Are you just you're feeding, you're not eating. You're just, I didn't even let my dogs eat the same thing every day. Always mixed it up a little bit for them.
Oh yeah. Like I said, I'm just pooped out and I got so much stuff to do and it's going to be a fun New Year's.
Hey, what happened to Guardian?
He's in South Africa. His reception over there goes in and out.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I knew he was in South Africa, but
Yeah, it's just that time of year because the Southern Hemisphere is summertime over there, and they got a lot of electrical interference. Like I was talking to Ariel yesterday, and I'm talking to her, but she keeps buzzing off, cutting out because it's summer there, winter here. So what replay we get, it's like, wait, I saw her 10 minutes ago, and then she's back on.
Okay.
Also, it's night over there. It's Christmas Eve, 11:30 here. So he had to go to bed. The wife's kicking him.
Well, it's Christmas Day, and it's about 3:35 in the afternoon where I'm at.
It's about 1:30 here. I'm on West Coast. You're East Coast.
Central.
Central? Idaho or not Idaho?
Kentucky.
Kentucky. Yeah.
Yeah. My favorite story about Kentucky is when Daniel Boone actually found it. Part of the reason that Western expansion was slowed from the East Coast into the interior of the United States wasn't because there weren't people showing up. It was because between where they landed on the coast and the interior, they had this conglomeration of Native Americans called the Five Civilized Tribes in the south, and in the north they had the Iroquois Nation. They kept the Europeans from moving inland for over 100 years.
Yeah, that's true.
But when Daniel Boone finally found a passageway into the interior and he found Kentucky, he went, holy cow, there aren't any Indians here. So he brought a whole bunch of people there. Well, the Iroquois Nation and the Five Civilized Tribes used to use Kentucky where they fought their wars. It was neutral ground where they wouldn't have to worry about collateral damage for their families. That's why there were no great amounts of Indians here.
Nope.
Because this was the killing field. And it's strategic. If you look at it, it makes sense tactically because it's topographically interesting. There's not a lot of wide plains where you can be seen from a long way away. You can hide and fight.
Yep.
Like they like to do, and like all smart soldiers like to do.
It's like I tell everybody, Ohio. Ohio is another big one. I keep telling them, do you know how many tidal waves hit Ohio in the last 100 years? Not 100 years, 100,000 years? 3. That's why you had the Black Swamp. And everybody wondering, how come the dirt is so rich here? Because I forgot which Great Lake it was. Sorry, I had a stroke problem. Erie would wash up onto Ohio and make the Black Swamp and then slowly drift back into Lake Erie. That's why that weird shape. So once every 50,000 years or 100,000 years, there's a tidal wave and all the water goes into Ohio. That's why a lot of my family says, I'm not going to Ohio. Can you imagine waking up and like, hey, there's 16 feet of water outside? Nope.
Oh, I'm getting a bunch of people are messaging me right now about Christmas. I should have put this on my tablet, then my phone would be open for communication, but
Hey, Sonny J. Good to see you. Merry Christmas.
Hey,
Every time I come on here, my mind goes blank immediately.
no problem.
Every time.
Well, you don't have to take meds
well,
like I
you know
do.
what? That's probably akin to what they call threshold syndrome. Like when you walk into another room to get something, you cross a threshold and it wipes the brain.
I forgot about that.
You go, what did I come in here for?
I do that a lot. I have no memory, pretty much. No short-term memory, very little long-term.
Okay, change your nick to Goldfish then.
Okay.
I'm kidding.
I know. I'm giving you crap. Fucking my earbuds.
Yeah.
Atomic Goldfish. There you go. That would explain the mutation for the hands.
Yeah, I have an excuse. I had 2 strokes, so I have
Oh.
2 big spots in my brain. They said, you should have been dead. I'm like, fooled you guys. I'm still alive.
Yeah, it's like, I'm not a zombie, I swear.
Yeah, but
my grandpa's had 1 so far.
yeah, the second stroke really
Yeah.
crippled me up.
Granted-
I can't use a pump shotgun anymore.
Ooh.
Left hand's not strong enough, so I
Oh,
switched to auto.
Semi-auto, hopefully.
Yeah, it's semi-auto.
What are you
I'm very
drinking?
technical.
What are you drinking? You must?
Yeah.
What is that?
Freight? I've never seen that
Well,
before.
Is that a type of soda pop?
Yeah, you could say
Okay.
that.
Is it a effervescent soft drink? Carbonated soft drink?
Yeah, it's yeah, it is.
Oh, okay.
It's the color maybe reminds you of Coca-Cola or something, or Pepsi Max, but it's not. So
Yeah. Okay, just real quick. When I was staff over at Camp Socknock, Ann Eastman, over in Illinois, there's 2 Scout Reserves, I swear, they had the weirdest sodas. Like, they had these glass bottles with sodas in it. I just call it soda because that's what I'm used to. I do both sometimes. But, like, one of them was called Radioactive. That was supposed to be like a mulberry flavor. That was my favorite out of them all, somehow. There was one called a mustard. It was supposed to taste like mustard, but everyone at the scout camp said it tastes like hot dog water. And then no one would drink it. Only one person liked it.
There's a craft soda pop company called the Jones Soda Company.
Yeah.
They actually do fresh cut grass and corn on the cob. And the weird thing is, they both taste like what they say they're supposed to be, but I don't know who in the world would want to drink fresh cut grass.
Or even eat it for that matter.
Right. But like I said, I'm used to weird stuff because I've been raised on weird Japanese soda. Like
We had some of those
piss.
too.
Yeah, cow piss. You add water to it. It's a concentrate. Basically, it's a milky type sweet drink. And then you had sauerkraut juice, which was foamy. It was carbonated sauerkraut juice. Who drinks that? And then they had the other one. What was it?
There are a lot of people in this area that actually drink pickle juice.
Yeah, that's the number one. They had pickle slushy. You put it in a freezer. It's a bag, and it freezes. It's basically sugary pickle juice in a bag that's like a Slurpee.
yeah,
And they say this is a Southern thing, but I don't know a single Southerner who's ever eaten this, but it's called Kool-Aid pickles, where they open up a jar of pickles and they pour Kool-Aid mix, usually grape or cherry, into the pickle, then shake it really well and put it in the refrigerator for a month.
But yeah, like I said,
just and I,
What were you saying here,
and
Brian?
why would you want fruit flavored sour pickles?
I've never heard of that.
I'm a Southern boy, so I'm used to watermelon pickles, pickle okra, pickled pig's feet, sausage, but
Give me the one with the
Kool-Aid's,
nail.
yeah. What you call Kool-Aid pickles is like Virginia, West Virginia, I think Northern Carolinas, because I eat boiled peanuts constantly, and like that got
Never could
me.
get into boiled peanuts.
Boiled peanuts, yeah.
Because I never could get into them. Never, I like dry roasted myself.
It's a southern thing. It's like eating pickled pig feet.
I don't. The thing is about pickled pig's feet. The odd thing is that I've seen them both north and south, but there are up in Michigan there are bars that have pickled pig's feet, pickled eggs, pickled herring,
Pickled eggs?
Yep.
pickled
They have the
eggs.
pickled eggs.
Never
and
heard
also-
of pickled eggs?
No, never. I'm in the Midwest though,
I
so
actually love them. But I will say this: you can't be in polite society after you've eaten about 2 pickled eggs. They, as my Irish grandmother would say, they give me the winds something terrible.
Yeah, or what we say in the South, passing winds.
Yes.
And you leave the room. The other thing is a big favorite when you head up more north is pickle sausage and pickle hot dogs, but depends on the reason.
Pickled red hots.
Yeah. Pickle red hots was a big favorite, and the other one was
in Ohio.
Yeah, Ohio.
You can actually buy them in individually wrapped in plastic in Ohio gas stations, and I have friends that buy them all the time.
Yeah, I still got a contact. Like what I used to eat is blue plate mayonnaise. I have to special order that blue plate mayonnaise.
No, it's called mint. Pickle big brains in blood gravy.
That's
milk
Polish.
Gravy? That's
In
Polish.
blood gravy.
Blood gravy?
That's Polish.
It is?
It is.
Never heard of that.
Blood gravy is Polish. They make a they put it in. They also do that with. They make a soup with it too, but
do they use actual blood?
Yes.
German, Polish. I forgot what.
German, Polish, probably Czech too. But the quick story about brains is I got up early. We were visiting my grandparents one summer, and I got up early, which was my way, and my grandfather was in the kitchen. He had just made himself breakfast, and I sat down and asked if I could have a cup of coffee. I started drinking coffee when I was about 11 years old, and he said yes, and he says, "Do you want some breakfast?" And I said, so he put some fried potatoes and what I thought was scrambled eggs, but they looked funny. But I never saw the way my grandfather cooked scrambled eggs. Well, I said, "Grandpa, these scrambled eggs don't taste like eggs." He says, "That's because they're not eggs; those are calves' brains." Yeah. But I didn't turn green, and I didn't stop eating them.
Oh, brains? Okay, no.
I'll be right back. I have to attend to some things.
Okay.
Somebody's knocking at the door.
But over at Scout Camp. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Hey, Dobby. Good to see you.
Go ahead.
Finish
your sentence.
So, you mentioned the Japanese drinks earlier.
Yep.
We also sold those too at Scout Camp. Like not those flavors, but like the ones where you push something down until it stops fizzing, and then you put your hand up. We were selling those at Scout Camp.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting because
Yeah.
they have a lot of weird carbonated drinks. The worst
Yeah.
one is like milk and coffee or milk and tea carbonated. Those are the really weird ones. It's like milky tea
Yeah.
carbonated or milky coffee carbonated. And like I said, I'm a Southern boy. I can eat anything. The worst drink I ever had when my girlfriend in Mississippi gave me, here you go. And I nearly choked on it. She put dry roasted peanuts in Coca-Cola. It's like, what the? I'm like, what the heck are you doing? It's a Southern thing. I'm from the South. We never do this here. Well, it's a Mississippi thing. We put dry roasted peanuts so you can drink the soda and eat roasted peanuts at the same time.
I would have been like, what are you doing? Trying to kill me?
Yeah. Because they, like I said, each region of the South got their own particularities. So you have to be really careful. Like some areas eat ramps, another area eats this type of liverwurst sausage or brain sausage. It's like
I'm in the Midwest, so
so it's mostly whatchamacallit, German, Polish.
Hey, family.
It's mostly German and Polish in your area, isn't it? Hey, Matt.
Hey.
Ooh, you got a nice echo.
Hey, Matt. Good to see you, buddy.
You working?
Yes, sir. Always.
that explains the echo. Kind of.
Yeah,
Never.
I gotta
Yeah.
get back to cooking because, yeah, I have to go back to cooking. Sorry, guys.
It's fine.
But like I said, I like cooking, and Matt,
Of course, I like that too.
Matt did a great live stream on. Which one were you doing? Survival gifts.
Oh. Yesterday.
Yeah, I
Right.
think so.
Yeah.
Because I tell a lot of people there's a lot of survival gifts you don't really need to get, but there's some that you do have to get. I always tell them a good one is the is it Coleman, Matt? I can't remember.
Which one?
The canteen cups from Coleman.
Oh, yeah. The,
Brands, in my opinion.
I'm trying to think because you mentioned it yesterday that one we had 2 green cups, the boiler.
Oh, yeah. The Stanley one.
Yeah.
The Stanley, one person, pretty much like zebra pot. But, I don't know. Stanley now created a new 2-person version of that, where it actually comes with 2 boiling pots instead of the single one.
Yeah.
And I mean, but I really like the Stanley coffee press, the French press that they make now instead of the other one, because it's a multi-purpose item. I mean, it does everything.
Yeah, pretty much. That's why my friend's
Especially
wondering
with
how
some-
come I get cafe au lait out there after I brew my coffee in this one, but I use the Coleman for a frother to make frothed hot milk. And they're wondering how come I'm drinking cafe au lait out there and they're freezing to death with their instant. It always cracks
Right.
me up. Because if you want,
Oh,
go ahead, Matt.
I was going to say, there's a Vietnamese like supply shop and everything, and I mean near me, and you know how they make the Vietnamese coffee? They have
Yeah.
the little boiler that goes over the cup and everything. I picked one of those up for like $3. Yeah, it's aluminum, and I know everybody whines and cries about aluminum giving health problems and stuff, but I never
don't think
had
I've
any
heard that.
problems with aluminum.
I've never heard that.
That's common.
Yeah,
And
People
there's a lot of
say-
people that think that aluminum has links to Alzheimer's and
yeah,
Parkinson's disease and
You know
And I'm
what?
through.
All
To
other
me-
manner of illnesses.
To me, that sounds like the
But
whole
then
vaccine
but
not
these
a
same
thing.
people that won't drink out of aluminum use deodorants that have aluminum salts in them.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
without them even knowing.
Right. This is the best. Curtis knows what I'm holding up. It's a mochi pot. This
I
is
know
one-
what it is.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's one of the best coffee makers in the world. Because all you have to do.
At
And
Scout
that's
Camp,
it.
we use something bigger. Yeah, at
Yeah.
Scout Camp, we use something bigger. Or like, I don't know how to explain it. You know, but it's like an old thing though. Whatever.
They do make those in stainless steel though. They just cost 3 times more than the aluminum ones do.
Yeah, all right.
They also weigh 3 times more too.
Like
Yeah,
I
but a
said,
good cup of coffee is worth the wait.
oh, it is.
I'm doing it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm trying to answer his question. The percolator you're thinking of, percolator or old coffee pot?
Yeah. Yeah, the old wood stove percolators.
Sorry about that. I forgot to mute.
You're thinking of percolators, the old wood stove type, like you see in the
No.
cowboy movies,
I don't think so.
or the other.
Like
type?
we put this over top of trying to remember what we use. But it's like it has all holes on the top, and it's like 3 parts on the inside of one thing.
Yeah, that's a percolator. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's got the, yeah.
It's all right. Like I said, guys, I gotta go. I have things I have to cook, and I gotta check on the turkey log. You know how
I
that goes,
understand.
Curtis. Catch you later,
Katrina.
Matt.
Take care,
Later,
Uncle Al.
Jordan.
Merry Christmas,
And
bro.
I forgot the new guy's name.
Harold
What?
Bryn.
My username is Hairbrine, but I'm just Philip.
Okay, Philip. I'll catch you later, guys.
See
Merry
you later.
Christmas, everybody. I
Merry
gotta go
Christmas.
back cooking.
Merry Christmas, Uncle Al. And get
Happy
some rest.
cooking,
bro.
as Jacques Poupon used to say.
Right. Yeah, I mean, nowadays, there's so many instant ways of making coffee. The little packs.
And Marie's
and
come
stuff
with
like
instant coffee. Literally.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
they
when I was in the Marine Corps, the only thing they came with was Nescafe, and that's a coffee-like substance. Nobody I know would call that coffee.
yeah, it's dehydrated coffee. It's different than the other Insta coffees.
Real coffee will float a mule shoe.
Yeah.
Okay, this is the thing I was talking about, if you can see it.
That's
Yeah,
a percolator.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's old school percolator.
Yeah, we use those all the time, as well as Dutch ovens. Dutch ovens get a
French
lot of
press.
use
I
from
prefer a
us.
French press for field coffee. A coffee press. AeroPress works very good, but I haven't been able. Every time I try to buy one, they're out of stock.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, I've
Yeah,
been
French
told.
presses came back in style. So everybody wants a French press because they think they're sophisticated because they have a
It's just a better cup of coffee.
Yeah.
I also have just goes on top of your cup, and it's a dripper,
Mm-hmm.
but it weighs almost nothing. You just put like 2 ounces of coffee in it and slowly pour near boiling water over it, and drips coffee right into your canteen cup or your whatever cup you're carrying in the field.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To me, I'm only 18, so I don't think I can say anything about this. But to me, coffee is coffee so far.
Well, you're 18. That's why coffee is coffee.
Yeah, I just said that. Yeah.
You're just barely into adulthood in your taste buds.
Yeah.
Right.
Granted,
Do me a favor. Do me a favor. When you were a kid, did you like SpaghettiOs?
yeah.
Okay. Wait
love
5 years and then
SpaghettiOs.
wait 5 years. When you're 25, so 7 years, eat some SpaghettiOs and you'll wonder, I liked these?
Yeah, I like taste buds do change every 7 years. Yeah.
No, taste
Yeah,
buds
but
change every 5
your
years.
actual palate
Every 5
becomes
years.
changes as you get older. It's
Everyone
one of the
start talking at
reasons
once.
that children don't like things like broccoli and Brussels sprouts. And
I've always
spinach.
liked those personally. Really spinach.
But when you get older, you taste them and they actually have flavor you can appreciate.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because your taste buds actually become more, for the lack of a better way of putting it, more sophisticated.
Oh.
Yeah.
Because the thing you have to worry about most as a child is not eating something poisonous. So bitterness automatically makes you push it away, or extreme sourness. But once you get to be about 12, sour becomes attractive to you for some reason, because 12-year-olds seem to love those super sour candies.
Even in my older age and everything, I can never do sour stuff. Like
I'm hypersensitive to sourness myself.
Favorite types of candy right here.
What's that? I can't see
Sour
it
Patch
very
Kids.
well.
It's Sour Patch Kids.
Oh, Sour Patch Kids. Yeah, that's the
my
one.
favorite.
They have the
my
super
favorite candy.
Sour Patch Kids too.
No, thank you. You know what they have out now?
There is this group that stream videos, and they do these things where they make bad food on purpose, and but you don't know that it's they make good food and they make bad food, and you've got to decide which one that you're going. One person has to eat each dish that they're presented. Some of them are good or some of them are bad. But one of the things they do is they put muriatic acid into some of the food, which makes it incredibly sour. There's one guy that was a Sour Patch Kid junkie as a kid. Just couldn't get enough Sour Patch Kids. They give him the food with the muriatic acid in it, and he's fine with it. He says it tastes fine. That's really good. He's immune to sour because he's pretty much killed that part of his palate with megadosing on Sour Patch Kids.
Yeah.
Everybody else eats it and dang near vomits.
Yeah. But it's like some people like, what causes it to be sour? The chemicals, the acid. It's where your taste buds. That's what I've been told anyway. That's what I've been taught. But yeah. Silence.
Okay, guys. Earlier this week, actually at Wednesday, I bought this.
What is that?
Topcom.
Nice.
Walkie-talkie.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I was confused for a minute.
Did you just buy one? Because you know they're not good unless they're in pairs.
Right.
They sell these in pairs.
Well,
I'm pretty sure they did.
Yeah. But like, if you do it just one, you can still talk to other people on that same channel.
That's a good brand, Shadow. That's a really good brand.
You know what talking? I don't know.
Is that the one that has the extended mile range?
This one is on optimal conditions, 10 kilometers.
Yeah.
7 miles.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
7.5 miles.
Yeah.
But that's without obstructions.
I'm smarter than I look.
Yes, you are, Curtis.
Oh, gee, thanks for agreeing with me.
But you're like,
But yeah,
that's
those are
not
really
to do with
good.
the atmospherics, the instructions, and all that.
Oh,
And this
humidity
one,
too.
Yeah,
Rain
and
can stop a radio signal,
yeah, because it's just waves. It's going through the air.
and it gets.
this one got really good reviews. That is why I bought it. So
Keep in mind though, some people rely on the reviews though. So you got to be careful about that one.
No,
And
I actually use that brand, and we use that brand in my security service. So
I get that, but I mean, like people have done that in the past with other things though. I'm not saying this one did that.
you know,
I'm saying what I've seen.
it's actually a really good brand, Shadow.
yeah,
The only
I
bad
don't know what I'm
thing
talking
is,
about.
did you get the one that takes the batteries, or is it rechargeable?
it is a battery pack in the radio.
Okay.
And you can recharge it. So, and I got a shoulder microphone to them as well, which is nice.
Yeah. Yeah, the hands-free microphone.
So I need to figure out how they work. I need to get the manual and download the manual and go through it. So
That's one thing I don't like about some things. Like one of my cameras, there's a manual. Literally, you have to look it up to get it. Sorry if I'm yelling. I have earbuds in.
The only thing is channel 3 and channel 8. They kind of cross with other radio stations and other like CB platforms. So if you're on channel 3 or channel 8, it'll cross with, say, your local police or authorities, and you'll pick up their radio chatter on it.
Can't you get in trouble for that though?
No, because they
Okay.
have police scanners, and those are perfectly legal.
Oh, I forgot about that. Well, one of my aunts has one of those. I'm wanting to get one sometime.
But but that's also
The interesting
it's
thing is, one time, a place that I worked at, the manager used to go in back and just listen to the police scanner, and there was a robbery in progress going on across the street. While he was listening to it, we were watching it.
Yeah.
But it's a part of the emergency. Like say there's a natural disaster or something like that. If you put it on channel 3 or channel 8, you can actually tell where you can get updates and knowledge from the local authorities. Like if they're coming to your area, and you can also communicate on the radio station.
So is it only illegal to is it still illegal to talk on those stations though? I mean,
If you get onto the network that the police are on, if you broadcast on those frequencies, that's not legal. Listening to them is perfectly.
Yeah, that's what I meant. We're like talking. Yeah, guys get switched up.
I know somebody who found this radio signal. He's a ham radio officer, and he found this signal, and it was coming through in Morse code. Now, I should say one thing about this friend. This friend has an IQ approaching 200. So he broke that code, but it didn't make any sense because it was a code. It was coded code. Okay.
Yeah.
So, but he figured out enough that he sent his own message on that same frequency. 3 weeks later, there was a knock on his door. It took him 3 weeks to find him. But all they said was, come with us, we have to ask you some questions.
Yeah.
And when he said, I don't answer questions, they said, yes, you do. because what you did nulls your rights out unless you want to leave America.
Yeah. Because
As what he stumbled upon was what he stumbled upon, he found out later through the Freedom of Information Act. Those were signals coming from Vietnam to Washington, D.C., describing the situation there and them telling them what they needed to do. And his message, which just said, I hope everybody's having fun, really kind of blew their mind.
Yeah.
Because one, he understood it well enough to send them a message just from seeing it. So what all they really wanted to know is, how did he break the code?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he broke the code because he's an uber genius.
Apparently.
So the NSA gave that guy a job.
Nice.
It's like, screw Chris, you're going with us.
Well, it wasn't actually. They weren't going to grill him. They wanted to. It was a job interview.
Oh.
Well,
Okay.
when they find somebody that smart, sometimes the bean counters get something right. This was somebody you wanted on your side.
Yeah, true. You don't want to take off some of that at the easy to like break code. It's easy to do that. I was confused myself on that one. Oh well.
Well, it wasn't a simple bacon cipher, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Well, these two, these walkie-talkie I bought, they send on 446 megahertz. Yeah, megahertz. Yeah. So
Are they scrambled to just pick up each other, or is it just a regular broadcast that anybody with that kind of walkie-talkie can hear?
It is compatible with another walkie-talkie that has the same frequency, 446.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. Like, it has to be it has to be a certain range frequency and everything, but it's low enough that emergency contacts and stuff like that can, if you're in a dangerous situation, you can cross onto a police officer's radio station and call for help.
Like an SOS type, kind of, if needed.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
Talking about coffee, this is my first attempt at cold brew, and I think I did a very good job. I watched about 100 videos on how to make it first.
Yeah.
Nice.
I don't eat. I don't eat. I don't drink. I don't drink hot coffee personally.
I don't drink cold coffee as a general rule, but I thought I'd give it a try.
Yeah, I drink iced coffee most.
Worked out pretty well.
Are you going to do a review on those walkie-talkies sometime, Shadow?
I made a video earlier this week at Wednesday, as I usually upload the news. So that video is already up. So, but I need to figure out how they work, and it has 8 channels, and it has 121 sub channels. So
yeah,
nice.
So that is useful. And these walkie-talkies has also a panic button. So
I'm trying to find something real quick.
yeah, the panic button.
My weather radio has that.
Well, this one's different. This one, it's only the panic button's only to radio.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Mine is just
Well, that
beep.
it means I need your help. Get over here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That can be something that can save your life. So
Yeah.
it's kind of like when you text a friend 911,
Yep.
or if you're in England 999. You're not trying to get the police. You're trying to tell your friend you have an emergency and you need his help.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of people might misunderstand that though, because I didn't even know that, so I would have misunderstood it.
Well, the biggest thing that they're trying to do in big cities is to try to teach people that you can't text 911. OMG, there's somebody in my house. Startled face emoticon. They don't. 911 won't get that.
Yeah.
No.
You actually have to call the number.
Yeah.
What are you doing? What's all the clicking? Are you loading magazines or something? Or do you have a redneck fidget spinner, aka a one-handed knife that you're popping open?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm always doing that. I'm a collector, so
I guess,
I've done it
I
a lot.
guess that is a habit.
What's up, Brand?
Nice, quiet. When you have ball bearings in it.
This one's a spring assist. That's why I'm doing that sound.
Oh, this is all. I don't have my spring assist knife here, but this is
What
what I
brand is
open
that?
my mail with.
Looks like a little
That was
curse
a
off.
nice.
It's a Boker.
Oh, a Boker. Nice. I have a Boker
Boker
Magnum
has-
Foxtrot.
Believe
Boker
it or
has
not,
good quality.
it's a.
That's a
I think I
Magnum.
can get the.
Boker Magnum?
It's a small knife.
Yeah.
It fits in a shirt pocket. I mean, it's wide, but it's just got a 2.5 inch blade.
I have my Boker Magnum record somewhere. Probably on my table. I don't know.
This is one.
All right,
of my
brother,
favorite.
I got a meeting to go to.
This is one of my favorite knives. This is a Becker Knife and Tool K-Bar Dozer Design Folding Hunter.
Hold on. If I don't fall.
All right, family. I got to get out
It'll
of here.
only
I gotta
last
go
for a
to
minute if you do.
But, I will, if you're still on, Shadow, I will hop back and watch the video.
There we go. Yeah, with the saw. All right.
All right. I got to go to a meeting. So I'll be back later. Okay, Shadow?
Yeah, that's okay, buddy.
All right.
Happy
Take care,
meeting.
family.
Have fun storming the castle.
Oh, it's fine.
This is
Take care.
This is my favorite.
Merry Christmas, y'all.
This is my Kubi Flash.
Welcome, Jing Vlog. Good to see you.
I have a Boker over here somewhere. I thought.
You have knives all over the place.
Yeah, I'm a collector. I've been collecting for about 4 or 5 years.
A collector has if you were a collector, you'd have everything organized where you could go immediately to it. You're a hoarder. You've got them everywhere.
I'm a mix of both. Okay. I keep it mostly in a box.
Oh, okay.
Most of the time. Hell. This big old box. If I can find that damn knife. Here's what I made the scales for. What the fuck is it? It's not up here like I thought it was. What the hell?
Is it perhaps on the belt of a pair of pants you were wearing the other day?
No, I don't put them on my belt. I put them in my pocket, but I had it on my table last I knew.
Okay.
I'll find it sometime. I'll just live. But yeah, I have the Boker Magnum Foxtrot. Hold up. Nope, never mind. It's not there either. Frick. Oh, I'll find it sometime. One thing, this is a brand and people sort of avoid. Ethan Grow.
What's that?
Ethan Grow.
Say it a little bit slower.
Ethan Grow.
Ethero?
Ethan Grow.
Ethan Bro.
Yeah, I'll put it in the private chat for a second. Real quick. There. Since I couldn't put it in standard chat.
Oh. Ethan Grow.
Yes.
All right. Never heard of them.
Well, anyway, they actually steal designs from people.
Ah.
And they don't use the blade steel that they say they're using is not the blade steel they're using.
Ah.
They use a way worse one than they claim. So they got
sort of like that
one.
company that says that uses the pictures of the Empire canvas wool pullover, saying it's theirs, and then they send you one made out of nylon and acrylic.
They say that this is D2 tool steel, which it's not. It's like 8CR, 9CR.
I can tell you right now how you can make sure that's not D2. If it won't take a shaving off a nail, it's not D2.
Yeah. They've already got popped up for lying about the steel, though. I looked into it a while back, and it got proved that they were lying.
How did you fell for it? I take it that's why you own one of their knives.
No, not really. I just liked the design, but then I heard they stole it. I was like, yeah, dang it. And that one, no, they're bad quality anyway. Yeah, but I didn't even realize it was a stolen design until after the fact.
Trying to.
But like the one I just showed was taken from a brand called Proelia.
Wow.
Yeah,
it's Christmas Day and it's in the 70s here.
I don't know what it is in my area. Oh well. Okay, this is probably one of the weirdest looking knives I own. The Camillus Morph.
That looks a lot like the overall design looks a lot like a Spyderco Tenacious.
It does?
Well, it doesn't have the ring in it for the finger thing, but the shape of the blade and the shape of the handle look a lot like. Have you ever seen a Spyderco Tenacious?
Yeah, I have. I haven't owned one, but I've seen pictures of them and all that, yeah. But this does not look like it.
Well, I didn't see it super well, but it does look very similar. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. That's more of a clip blade.
Yeah, there's a clip point blade.
Okay. I take back what I said. It doesn't look as much like a Tenacious as I thought it did.
The handle doesn't either. To me, the handle doesn't either at all.
Oh, does that have a... It's got an index finger like a trigger?
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, okay. No, it doesn't. I was wrong. That's what happens when you say something from a quick glance.
Oh, well, I do that all the time.
Spyderco are really expensive.
They are.
Knives.
Some of those knives are actually overpriced. They have a
Tenacious. I can highly recommend one of those, and you should be able to get one of those for less than $100.
Yeah, but like they're still
about $60.
Materials-wise, they're high.
Got mine on
price.
sale for like $45.
They've jacked the prices up since. As I bet, because they're pricey now.
Well, I haven't looked at them in a long
$70
time.
bucks. Like $70 for Tenacious, if not higher. They jacked prices up real quick.
Buy pre-owned off of eBay, and you can probably get it for 50 or less.
Probably. I'm trying to save it for like a Benchmade Adamus or the Contigo, either one. The folding Adamus, anyway.
Vanessa says Spyderco is sold in base.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah, in at the PX's post exchange.
PX, and all that.
Everyone has higher prices.
Yeah. Because it's a name brand. Like, so of course they're gonna make the prices go sky high. This is probably like my second favorite knife out of all of them. It's
Is that an SAK of some kind? It's a what?
It's the Swiss Army knife Tinker.
Oh, all right. I like the farmer model myself.
Yeah, this is the biggest one that Smoker Mountain Networks had though for this design, the autism one. PX, AVX, Marinex. Yeah, I figured it was in a lot of the bases.
Yeah, Vanessa knows a lot about knives and folding knives, obviously too.
Yeah, I know quite a bit too, though. Like I don't actually review them. Honestly, not saying I'm smarter or anything. I'm just saying
you can get a Spyderco here for over 1,000, a little bit over 1,000. So it's a little bit
I heard
too
1,000.
much.
I think it is.
I have seen folding knives for over 3,000 too. So
I've seen in knives for that much in US dollars. Yeah, let's be gold class. It was part of the Crooked River design, and it was like $1,200.
Oh. Hey guys, I just got a message from my phone that it needs to shut down for software update. So
yeah,
I'm going to stay on until it does that, but
okay.
It says I have about 30 seconds.
yeah.
3, 2, 1. Nope.
Nope. I said 30 seconds. 3, 2, 1.
I know. I'm messing around.
Eminent doom. Yeah. I guess I could have postponed it, but I just as soon get it over with, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. I tend to postpone them a lot, personally. I probably shouldn't. Probably shouldn't do that.
Well, I used to have them. Set up to do it while I was sleeping. But then once I got over, since I got to be the age I am, I decided that I would put my phone in airplane mode overnight because I came to the realization that nobody calls you at 3 o'clock in the morning with good news. So you might as well wait till morning to get bad news.
Well, I mean, unless the person is in a different country.
What's that?
Unless the other person is in a different country. Titanium
True
monologue.
enough. I don't get a lot of calls from Europe.
Or Japan, like the Scout Moms does from her son.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, I didn't know that a monologue. I don't remember that model at all.
What's that?
The Titanium Monologue by Benchmade. I don't think I've heard of that one.
I've heard of the Monologue. I didn't know they made a titanium version.
No, Benchmade probably made a titanium version of everything.
I have a Chris Reeves folding knife that the handle is actually titanium, The blade is D2, and it's
I'm looking it up real quick.
it's a very smooth actioning folder, but it's got the tightest pocket clip I've ever seen. I can't put it in anything but like a shirt pocket, because it just won't clip onto a pair of jeans. It will not spread open enough to allow the fabric in.
Yeah, it's probably gonna become like a pocket ripper or something. Pocket shredder, whatever you want to call it. I have some of those kinds. They suck. The clips, I mean. Like this raid. Like this one, barely able to move it. Oh, okay, he gone.
Well, I had this one for years.
You're not an old timer?
It's not. It's probably an off-brand knife, but it was cheap, and I got this on mail order. So when I was a teenager, but it was cheap, but it is very reliable and durable for the price. I don't remember how much I paid for it, but it's still sharp.
Okay.
So
I sharpen daily. Personally, anyway.
Yeah, Vanessa.
Yeah, it is. It is a nice looking knife. My favorite blade shape is actually the clip point. This is my army knife.
Yeah.
Yeah, the clip point is my favorite blade shape. Nice. Nice Air Force issue pilot knife. Is that like this one? Vanessa?
My Gerber 525 is my other oldest knife, along with the U.S. Air Force issue pilot knife.
Yeah, but like this is actually by Ontario. This is a $4.99 Army Air Force survival knife. That's what they advertise it as. And they have issued this to the Air Force before, from what I hear.
I like the Brazens. I have a folding buck with similar view.
Here's my buck.
Yeah, buck knives has nice quality as well.
Yeah, well they use a Chinese steel for this one, like HCR13 rather than the 420 HC like they normally do. But yeah, Vanessa, is that for the Air Force knife? For the top of this one, this model? I'm just curious.
Well, I'm a little bit of a knife nerd. I have always been.
Yeah. The Air Force has a different knife now. They have I think called the ASEC, which looks a lot like this and made by the same people. But instead of leather stacked, it's rubberized handle, and the sawback is enlarged to make it better. And there's a little on palm rather than being flat. Yeah. Rather than it being flat, it's a little glass breaker.
Yeah. And for this knife, it comes with a sheath, like this one. But this is not the best quality sheath.
Yeah.
It's it's not that good or not that reliable. So I just skip that and keep it this not one as it is. So
But like I was saying earlier, though, I actually do reviews of my own on knives. But okay, back into the goes.
let's see. We all knife nerds, I think. Finding good, reliable tools for lifelong use comes into the prepper lifestyle. Yeah,
Probably meant to say lifelong. Probably.
yeah, lifelong. Well, you figured that out.
Yeah.
Well, you need. Well, as a in the prepper community and as a prepper, you need good quality tools that
Yeah.
will last. You don't want low quality. You need higher quality, especially when it comes to knife, at least.
Oh, CR, you just spelled my name wrong. I mess with
Hey,
you.
CR. I
Yeah.
just wondered when you should pop up, and Merry Christmas, by the way.
Merry Christmas to you. It really
Only-
can. And like, I've had that happen to me a couple times. Oh god, that shit sucks.
Yeah, I agree, Vanessa. A tool that breaks is not good. Well, as you said Vanessa, it could be deadly, but you can get
Yeah. You can also get lucky.
hurt really bad.
Hi.
Boom, CR's in the house.
Yes, you're in the house. Good to see you. Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
Ho, ho, ho.
Yeah.
Good to see you again, CR.
All right. Now, hopefully, no one calls me like usual.
Hey,
Yeah,
Everybody calls you.
10 seconds later, 10 million calls at once.
Hey, don't you? Don't you? How about the side chat here?
I'll be right back. Yeah.
I bought a Leatherman multi-tool called the firearm version. Love that thing. I end up using it a lot each week, and I need to check that one up.
Oh, well, I got mine nearby too. We can go get it.
And I guess that one is
Sitting right here.
pricey. The price tag on that one is probably, well, high.
I got my rebar here.
Thank you, Vanessa. Yeah, is that a Leatherman?
Yeah, it is. That's why it says it.
Is it a Leatherman wave or
This is the rebar.
rebar?
Okay.
I like
I just like
Leatherman.
I like the weight. It's not that heavy for a multi-tool. And it fits in a tin.
Yeah. Leatherman has good quality multi-tools.
Yeah, I like the saw on it.
Yeah, that
Easy to
It
strike a
looks
fair
nice.
run. If I want to.
well, that's good.
I like the pliers on it, actually.
The
It's not
pliers-
spring loaded, but that's okay. I mean, the rebar doesn't have access to the tools on the outside, but that's okay with me.
So the rebar has the tools on the inside.
Yes. Okay, I better put it away before I forget. Because every time I start showing something, I'm like, oh wait, I gotta put the stuff away, or else it won't be there when I need it. I gotta remember that.
Matt, designed to maintain military gear with a bronze carbon scraper, disassembly punch, bolt override tool, and more. Could be useful. Yeah, 160. Well, I figured.
I keep it in this tin.
That's nice.
Yeah, because I keep our little tools in the tin. Like even a nail.
Is that your Christmas tin or what?
It just happens to be. I got this for Christmas one time, and I'm like, I made this into a tool tin. Tool tin. Yeah. So I got a nail in it too. Like, actually. I guess it's show and tell time. Show and tell time. Show and tell
Yeah,
time.
that's all. That's always nice. Show and tell.
Yes. Yeah, see. I got a nail in there.
Yeah.
Easy access to like something like an awl. That like easy to get to. I mean, easy to access, easy to obtain too, right? So if I break it, whatever, it's not a big deal. And such. Because I also keep because people ask me if I can get it out here. I just had it. Wait, hold on. Hold on. I even have a couple of drill bits in here. And people ask me, why do you have drill bits in your tin when you don't have a drill? Well, if I have access to a drill, then I have the bits already. Especially if I'm trying to make a pilot hole or something like that, and I have the drill or I can find the drill, but I don't have to look for drill bits necessarily. And they fit in the tin, right? It's not like a drill bit. It's not like the drill bit takes a lot of room or a lot of space. So, aluminum pencil sharpener, just because it fits. You know, and stuff like sandpaper and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I even have WD-40 in this.
Yeah, I figured
Yeah,
you should
water
have that.
displacement.
Yeah. All fur leather work is dang handy. I have two. I need to buy a Meyer sturdy version.
Oh, that's cool. Vanessa K. Yeah, pilot holes. Yeah.
Yeah, pilot holes, countersink bits.
Yeah, so I don't even have to find them.
Yeah.
I know I have a source of it. Because sometimes people might say you go with friends or whatever, they might have the drill, but they don't have the and we lost them.
Yeah.
I guess I'm the co-host now. I know Second Star left for a meeting. I was working for a moment. Yeah, I was working for a moment. I just had to set up and come on.
Yeah, he's the boss as well, so senior or something.
Yeah, it's all good.
So
I briefly spoke to him. So
yeah.
Well, message, I should say.
Go to tool bag with needed stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm still updating it. I don't know. Don't get me wrong. I don't use it all the time, but when I do need it, I usually can get something out of this I can use. Look at sandpaper, amongst other things. Just stuff like that. Yeah, I got air drill bits in here.
Yeah.
A couple of larger ones. They fit in a tin.
I guess you have different sizes of these drill bits in your tins.
Yeah, I do. Nothing too big, because obviously I can only fit so much in the tin, but.
My truck
that's
has
cool.
3 carry bags that nest inside. Well, one small one inside the giant ling bag. Okay.
That's cool. I even have a reciprocating saw kind of tool. So I can cut stuff with this. Hey, it's better than a wire saw, in my opinion.
The wire saws are not that reliable.
Yeah, I ever have a reciprocating saw.
They break very easy, so...
Yeah, I ever have a reciprocating saw blade. At least I know that, I can use it.
Yeah. That you don't
want to... because I mentioned this in one of my community board things about pre-made kits and stuff like that, because someone was asking me about it, and I looked it up too. I mean, you can see videos. There's lots of videos on it too, right? Like these Amazon kits and stuff like that. Within, let's say, the $20 to $80 range, give or take.
Yeah.
They always include a wire saw. And every time everyone tries it, it always binds. It always binds. And stuff like that. Even if you use it like a bow and arch it out like a bow. So I think I'd rather just carry an actual saw. And besides, the actual saw, like the one I have here or the one on the Leatherman, I can strike a ferro rod on it too. So scrape fab wood, so it is multi-purpose. Maybe it's a little heavier than a wire saw, but it's a little bit more, in my opinion, more reliable.
You have it's like a chainsaw.
Yeah, those are probably better.
You have 2 handles on it.
Yeah, they're a little bit thicker than a wire saw, so they're a little bit. I would believe they are more reliable. I've never tried them, but just because it's thicker. So
I never tried those before either. So, but I found them interesting, and I think I was thinking if they were worth to pay the price and see how that works. But I guess they are much more reliable. So they have them in a small pocket, small pouch you store them in.
Yes.
One
of my utensil sets. It's not a spork. It's just one of those.
Yeah.
Those ones that can join together. Well, not join together, but nest inside in the same spot. So I like those. I don't usually use the knife on it all too much, but I've used the spoon and the fork. It's nice. It's in one of my bags right here. I nested with the water container, the metal water container I have.
Yeah. And I got a nice little tool from a company that called Fox Outdoors. It's a nice little tool. You have a spoon and fork, and you can separate these. So
I think I've seen those before too.
And you have some other tools.
I mean, I don't know what your guys' opinion is on those tool cards, multi-tool cards, I should say.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the ones that snap off like the hook and stuff like that, and has like arrowhead. Those are probably
Yeah.
fine. I'm talking about the ones that are one solid piece. Usually they have like a saw on one side, a little
Yeah.
edge and stuff like that, a can opener and all this stuff. What do you get? What do you think about that? I have two. I barely use them. I don't even have them in a bag or in a kit. I just cannot justify the weight.
Yeah.
I mean, for something like that, maybe in a wallet, that'd be fine, in my opinion. But in a bag, there's so much room in the bag. I would actually bring an actual stuff, like an actual saw, an actual can opener, or on a Swiss Army knife instead, or stuff like that. Because like you see, some of them have like hex, so for or torque screw, not torque screws, for hex bits and stuff like that. I was always wondering, are you really gonna be able to fit that tool into that spot and turn it? And not only that, you gotta watch that you don't slip and cut yourself because there's edges along that pokey side that digs in for a can opener and stuff like that. Well, to me, if you were cranking it, what happens if you slip? You got a sharp-ish tool that you're trying to turn. That's just my opinion on it.
Yeah.
To me, it's not worth the weight. Because usually they have a 45-degree angle, so it's not like tapered like a normal blade would be on the, per se, knife edge.
Yeah.
So I always figure, what can you really do with that? How good of a feather stick can you really make from that? Stuff like that. Because you're not batoning wood with that. Probably not.
Probably not.
Can opener, bottle opener, whatever. Well, there's other ways of doing it. Right? You can get a P38 instead. That'll probably be a little bit faster. A little bit more reliable.
Yeah.
Especially if you got some Victorinox Swiss Army knife. It's really got a can opener on it, probably. Especially if you have the medium or large size ones. I'm not talking about the small. I know the small doesn't. Because usually the small just has the standard file, knife, toothpick, and tweezers. But those other ones, like
yes,
this one that I have. Like I'm talking about these ones, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've used this to open a can. Just to try it out.
Yeah, it takes some practice to open a can with a can opener like that. It takes some practice, but it works.
Yeah, it's right. Yeah,
you need to get hang of it.
Yeah, I think that's why you try out the stuff at least once or twice, right? Just be like, okay, it's doable, and just takes an extra 5 seconds. Okay. Yeah, multi-tools are handy. It's just some multi-tools sometimes are like, I remember someone saying multi-tools are good for doing a lot of things, but maybe not great for doing certain things. Because, like, even on the Leatherman, for example, if I need a precision screwdriver or the well that I have to put the bit in is deep, I'm not gonna be able to do that because the bit's too big in comparison to like a normal, per se, full tank screwdriver, where I can get it down and unscrew it. My Leatherman won't fit, so it's just one of those things.
The small saw blade is useful for cutting small stuff. I need to trim.
Oh yeah. I guess for notching or something like that too, right?
A built-in truck trim corners easily with a mat. Yeah. You don't try to have a small saw blade for 50 centimeter in diameter thick tree. You don't. So,
like, I actually have one of the cases. This was gifted to me. Now, there's nothing inside of this one, but I'm talking about these, right? You see them on Amazon and stuff like that. Similar to this, right? Similar. And I was always like, I might as well put a reciprocating saw in here, right, and fill up the whole horizontal, well, the whole space across, and I just have a wire saw. Because I've seen some of those, like I have a poll going on my community board, so I would like to hear your guys' thoughts, either here or there.
I carry the P38 and P51. P38 can with a can C rations, while the P51 at twice the length came with aircrew survival rations. Yeah.
I like my Victorinox. I do. It's coming very
Victorinox has good
very useful. Yeah. I rather carry something like this over some of those multi-tools. Like a tool cart, like I was explaining, that has the saw, has the knife on one edge, has the little hex bit things to turn and stuff like that. Like even on my tool cards, I actually refined some of the areas on the tool for a more pronounced 90-degree angle. So similar to like the back of the spine on a knife, like a Mora, for example. So if I did have that, at least I know I can scrape with it because I've refined the edge. And I could strike that ferro rod with it too if I had to. Because that's the Shadow and Vanessa Kitty and everyone else in the chat, that I'm a big proponent of actually having like some of these air tools, for example. Let's say I got another one here. This is just a generic type of tool here. Let's see. Yeah, here's just a generic type of multi-tool. On something like this, it opens up this way. So this side right here, I can push on it, but I've refined that edge on it with a grinder, so I can actually strike a ferro rod with this.
Yeah.
If I had to. To me, it just makes sense because it doesn't add weight, but it adds functionality. So to me, I'll do that all day long. That way, if I got this, I don't per se have to use the knife yet, or the edge of the knife or anything like that yet. If I don't have to, and it's really easy to do. Most tools, most multi-tools, like if you don't have a saw or something per se that's already built in or made that you could strike a ferro rod, you can do it with certain tools just because the way that they're, because like I said, like a tool like this, it's on the bottom, so I can push down on the ferro rod, strike. Because I'm not a big fan of using a folding knife to strike your ferro rod, and because you're going perpendicular to the edge, and because there's a hinge right there, right? You're pushing against that, right? So I'd be pushing this way against the hinge, like the locking part of it. So I don't like doing that, because to me, like obviously it depends on the quality of the knife and stuff like that. To me, I feel like I would start to cause it to wobble, because it's not meant to go like this, right? It's meant to be straight.
Yeah.
Which one's that one?
That is the Leatherman Max.
Okay.
The price for this one is $2,895. It's a little bit pricey. And here is the list on what tools, different tools you have on it.
Okay.
Needle nose pliers, regular pliers, premium replaceable wire cutters, premium replaceable hard wire cutters, stranded wire cutters, electrical
the rebar actually has replaceable wire cutters.
Uh,
You know what really sold me on it? When I saw someone putting it inside a paint can mixer with rocks and all this stuff, like torture testing it, I got more convinced. And besides, like I wanted a tool like the best bang for the buck. I wasn't I'm gonna have to no access to the tools on the outside, no spring-loaded pliers, but I'm like, I'd rather have the saw than the scissors. And all the tools lock and stuff like that. It has a can opener, so to me, the Leatherman rebar would have been generally better, in my opinion, for the price I'm getting it at and the tools on it.
Yeah.
I mean, here I got another multi-tool here, and right here on the screwdriver part, because it opens up this way, on the bottom of it, I refined that edge at the bottom so I can strike a ferro too.
Here is the Leatherman rebar.
Mm-hmm.
I can make this a little bit larger. That is
okay.
It's a more reasonable price on that one.
No, like I said, I'm not to have access to the tools on the outside, no spring loaded pliers and such, but the tools on them, I thought, in my opinion, at that time when I was buying it for the price, for the money I had, I'm like, well, I'll probably use most of the tools, like the saw, the can opener, the bottle opener, stuff like that. Yeah, Vanessa likes the rebar too. I think I like it for the weight. The weight, what you're getting for a multi-tool, it weighs less than my Gerber multi-tool, right? And I'm just like, and it fits in the tin. It fits in this tin that I have. I'm like, so yeah, I like it.
But it seems the rebar seems to have a lot of nice tools on it as well.
Yeah. Generally, I would use most of them.
So, and the price is a little bit more decent than over 2,000. So
yeah, I mean, like if you start getting into like the airlines, right? They're way more expensive and such.
Yeah, we have.
So I justified actually purchasing it. I was like, yeah. Yeah, I got the leather sheath. I don't put it in the leather sheath because I leave it in a tin. Because, like I said, I put everything in the tin. Generally, tool-related kind of stuff. And the thing is, I can put that tin in my pocket easily. So.
I'm gonna see if they have. Nope. I like Leatherman. They have. I prefer Leatherman compared to Gerber, and I'm not a big fan of Gerber's multi tools. I think Leatherman has better quality on their multi tools.
I mean, there's ones that there's Sog. Sog has multi-tools and stuff like that. I've never tried them out. I know I've seen them. Not in person, but I think, try to get quality whenever possible.
Yeah.
Because honestly, these multi-tools are not per se cheap. Especially the higher end you go. So that's why when I was purchasing a multi-tool like that, I was just like, okay, I can use all the tools. I find all the tools useful. I can, like I said, I could get away without having access to the tools on the outside. Spring-loaded pliers. I can stuff like that. So. Hey, you guys want to see? I have another sneak peek here. Guess what I found on Christmas Eve?
Okay, what?
A knife sharpener. Well, I found this. It was on the ground. It was on the ground. Okay. It's Smith's one. It's probably on the lower end. I know that. I'm pretty sure. I forget how much. What is it? Is retail now?
Is
Ceramic
that
rod is
Stanley?
not there. See, the ceramic rod, it wasn't there.
Yeah.
But I do have their 2 pieces, like the coarse and the fine. It was just funny. I was just looking on the ground. I was wondering what this is. I'm like, what? Really? A knife sharpener? So Santa gave me something for Christmas. I thought that was kind of cool. I just like, what? Did I just find this? It's funny. So this is why I say to people, keep your eyes peeled, because you never know what you can find out there. Because it was just a coincidence, right? And the funny thing is, people are just walking by it, not actually knowing what it was, right? I'm like, as soon as I look at it, I'm like, obviously it was in a little bit of snow covered it and stuff like that. I cleaned it up a bit, but still usable, you know. So I could easily add this into like a go bag and be like something. So until, let's say, if I put it into a go bag, if I upgrade this or whatever, I can put this somewhere else. But in the meantime, I can have one, like EDC it or something.
Is that a Lansky?
No, it's not.
Stanley?
No, this is Smith.
Smith, okay.
Smith. So I just thought it was kind of cool that I just ran. Well, I mean, I said to myself, I'm cleaning up the garbage on the ground, but it's just useful. That's all. So I'm keeping it.
Yeah.
Right. So, because really, if no one knew what it was, right, the people around or whatever that do lot pickup or cleanup, they probably would just tossed it. Right. It would have been in a landfill, but it's still usable. It's still usable. I know it is. So, to me, I'm saving a couple bucks, give or take, right?
Yeah.
Because I don't have to purchase it. So to me, it's a win-win. It's not in a landfill, and I'm saving a little bit of cash for now, or until I upgrade to one that's better or something like that. It just makes me wonder. So someone dropped it outside a place. I just thought, so someone must have dropped it, right? So someone was carrying it in, which means that they had it in their hand or they were EDCing it. Because it must have dropped out of their pocket.
Yeah.
Because that would explain why the ceramic rod's missing. It probably snapped or something like that. And then they just dropped it purposely. Well, I don't know why. It's not like it's like the ceramic rod's gone, right? It's not there, but it's not like the coarse or the fine part is missing or heavily damaged. I mean, it's still usable. I actually tried it out, so I thought it was kind of cool. I'm like, hey, Santa gave me something early for Christmas. I got an early gift. So if I don't get anything else for Christmas, this is good enough for me. I'm thinking about that business kitty. I know it's got a loop hole right here, so I can, like, literally, I'm actually thinking of even putting it on my keychain. EDC it. It's not that heavy for what it is. You know, it would have been cool if the ceramic rod was there, but not being picky. I got it for free. Yeah, Vanessa Kitty, I have found some too. Trust me. I found some too. Some of them are full tank too. It's crazy the things I see. Shadow Scout and Vanessa, it's crazy the stuff I find on the ground at times. You know, I've heard people finding ferro rods in the woods and stuff like that. You know, stuff like that, right? I'm just like, I mean, sometimes I found like lighters, Bics, and stuff like that. And sometimes they're full, right? So, like, I supplement them into my, per se, stash stuff, right? My supplies of preparedness, right?
Yeah.
Because I can put that later in with a fire kit. for example, and build up a fire kit even better. So instead of just having matches, now I have a lighter that I didn't even have to pay for. So that's why I always keep an eye out on the ground, just because sometimes people drop stuff. It's just the way it is. Because I always say to myself, okay, well, you won't pick up this or that. Well, if you find money, you're going to pick it up, probably, right? Most people would. If you find like a 10, a 20, right? You're probably going to pick it up. I'm just saying. If you find money, you're probably going to pick it up, per se, right? Especially if it's not coins, right? Excuse me. Oh, that's cool.
In Alaska, in Alaska, I won magnet fishing in those crystal clear lakes. Pull up fishing rods from the 50s, clean them, and presto.
Right. I mean, like I said, you're supplementing your own supplies too, right? And besides, it's not getting wasted in the environment, polluting the environment, going to waste, right? You're bringing it back from that useless state back into a useful state. So to me, it's a win-win because you get to add to your supplies, per se, right?
Yeah.
Like I said, like a lighter or whatever, right? Maybe someone else could have picked it up or whatever, but what happens if no one picked it up and someone just tossed it in the trash? That would have been waste. A brand new lighter, or fairly full, or 3/4 full, that's still a lot for fire making, stuff like that. Easily you could supplement your own gear with it. Because I've done this time and time again and just find stuff. I'm just like, and it's still usable. Like, I found a poncho before.
Okay.
No holes in it. And was getting trashed. Good poncho too. Not high quality. It's not like one of those convertible military type ponchos, but
it was a decent quality.
Yeah, it was a decent quality for what it was. I'm just like, and I can supplement not my personal go bag, but a secondary one and stuff like that. So now that bag has a poncho in it, for example, when it didn't have one before. So that's why I always keep my eyes peeled for stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, I see Vanessa Kitty. Well, we should turn on the light. Yeah, actually, I need to turn on the light. It's almost sunset. It's getting dark in here.
Oh,
there we go. That's probably much better.
You have two different pocket saws. This one.
You know, it's kind of funny, ShadowScoutSwede and Vanessa. I actually did have a wire saw. Mysteriously, it went missing on me. Oh well. I'm not really missing it. Yeah, those are better, probably. Those are generally better.
Yeah.
They're a little bit heavier, more expensive, but they're generally better than a wire saw because they're a lot thicker.
Yeah.
And the teeth dig in better and stuff like that. So you're removing more of the wood per se every. Yeah.
And here you have another one.
Yeah, those are generally better.
Yeah, but this one is more expensive.
Yeah, they're gonna be more expensive than the wire saws, but they perform better generally.
This one is in leather, so that explains why this one is much more expensive. And it is obviously high carbon steel. So,
you know what's funny? I'll show you something else here. I dropped stuff. My friend was moving and well, basically I'll show you this. This is litter from a couch, right? Because
Yeah.
he was removing the couch, and I told him because what are you doing with the couch? And he's like, dumping it, putting it out back or whatever, or something like that. And I'm like, cutting me the piece out from the back. He did, so I have that piece. Excuse me. So now they were actually stitched together, right? So this is just a piece off the end. I mean, I could do a lot with this. I'm not saying the letter's that high quality, but compared to something like nylon, for example, like I can make like a sheath or something or something like that. I'm not sure exactly, or a little pouch or something like that. So hey, ZBD.
Yeah, I can't say I have seen him before here. So or I might have bad memory, but CPD survival. I think I'm not sure if he has been here on my stream before, but
Yeah, Shadow. I was just about to say, I'm thinking of making like something for like a battery bank or a phone.
Yeah.
Right. Maybe fairly good. Obviously, probably be better than anything I can get at per se at a dollar store. Obviously, I have to work at it and do it, put the work into it, but it'll be higher quality. Especially because I'll be double back stitching it and stuff like that. Probably even put a belt loop in. See, this was just a spare little piece I just sewed at the top right in there already. And the thing is, I actually used the thread from that material, the actual thread from it to do it. So this will be like a belt loop or something like that. I mean, something like this. I mean, like I can make like one or two things from this easily.
Thanks, Vanessa. Good to know. Well, it seems.
Yeah, I've seen them wrong.
Yeah, Vanessa. I made leather sheets for a very old draw knife.
That's cool. That's
cool. Yeah, that's cool.
And the thing about doing something like that, you learn from the experience too.
Yeah.
Because if you can find the material again, you can make it again. Because you're not just purchasing something and not really learning from it. I'm not saying anything about the quality or anything like that, but in terms of experience of doing it. Because you're learning, it's like learning how to fish versus just given a bunch of fish, right? You learn a lot more by actually learning it. So, for example, if you can't get a leather sheath or whatever, but you can find material, you probably could do it again.
Yeah.
So stuff like sewing and stuff like that, to me, it's beneficial to yourself because as long as you got the material, like per se the tools, like a sewing needle, you can do it again and again. And let's say you don't have any money, like everyone's talking about inflation and all that stuff. Well, if I find it for free, I just have to put in the work, the time to work it.
Vanessa made a bunch of can holders, like beer cans and beer bottles from cool. Leather. That is really
just imagine if I gave one to a friend. He'd be like, "What? What? Sealer, you're giving this to me?" I'm like, "Yeah." Right. I mean, I got something else here. Hold on, let me get this stretch over. I've showed this on the channel before. These draw tie versions, right? It's got a cord lock on it. I just used miscellaneous cordage because it didn't really matter if I had paracord on it. Right, so draw tie pouch.
Yeah.
And I just made this from a piece of leather from a couch, right? So it is, and again, and the thing is, you see that all the time, right? You see people ditching this kind of stuff all the time and stuff like that, and it gets landfilled. So to me, I'm reusing it. It's back into a useful state because this would have ended up in a landfill. I know it would have. But it's a useful again because now it's a container. I can put stuff in it or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So
Vanessa says saddle stitch, cross stitch, box stitch, and such a fun to learn. Yeah. I wish I could sew, but I can't. I really suck on that.
Well, practice. Maybe that'll be a New Year's resolution for you, right? To learn. I'm just trying to learn it better, just personally, just by doing it, right? Just trying to get more proficient at it in terms of not just speed, but like accuracy and precision too. You know, trying to make my line straight even without something to level it off or something to guide it with, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. CPD said you won't see me subscribe because I keep all my subscription private. Well, it's up to everyone to choose if they want to keep them private or not.
That's your own choice.
Yeah.
Share as much as you feel like you want to share. It's your own channel.
Yeah.
You're the one doing it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
However you want to do it. If it's because you're doing it for operational security, OPSEC, whatever your reason is, okay? You know? I mean, like I said, I even have this little piece. Like I said, because they were sectioned off and stitched together, right? So I don't have one giant piece because they're all separate pieces stitched together. So I just took two ends earlier today and just kind of removed the stitching. That's why you see the stitch lines in there still, because that's how it originally was. You know, it was layered together like this. Well, you know what I mean. That was supposed to be the other side, but I was just thinking to myself, I'm like, I could do a lot with this. I can make this, sew this up, invert it, put my power bank in there, put a belt loop or whatever on there. If I was really crafty, I could put like some paracord around it, like a loop, so I can hang it too. Because the power bank, it's one of those things when you need to use it, like you want to be still moving, you usually tend to have a cable hanging. So
yeah.
Because I always assume I may not have pockets or my pockets are full. Yeah, I got, Vanessa Kitty, that reminds you. Sorry, it's sitting over there, but I actually have one of those rotating punch hole things. I got it for like $1 or something like that at a yard sale. It's been useful. Because not only can I do it with leather, now that draw tie pouch I used a nail, but I'm talking about this circular rotating hole punch.
Yeah.
I mean, I've used it for cards and stuff like that. So I can punch through like a piece of plastic if I'm going to put a lanyard hole in there. It is useful. I mean, for a buck, I'm only getting my bang out of the buck because it's just that much, just so useful.
Those are usually made of metal, I believe.
Yeah.
I need to get a couple of the. Something stuck in my throat. Vanessa says, I currently have a double shoulder in oak natural beige tan. I have no idea how to. In 4 ounce and 8 ounce weight. 8 ounce is about 1/8 thick. 4 ounces, 1/16 approx. Okay, that's good.
Okay. Oh, that's cool, Vanessa Kitty.
Yeah, that's cool.
I mean,
Currently using 1mm waxed cordage from Tandy. I want to buy the Ritza thread made in Germany.
you know, the thing about cordage and thread, I've actually, well, I can't get to it, but you have to take my word for it. But sometimes in the springtime or in the summer, excuse me, sometimes, you know how, obviously, if we all know what kites are, okay? We all know what kites are. Well, the line that some people use, even the cheaper stuff, it's quite strong for what it is because it's usually multi like 2 or 3 strands and it's twisted. So
Yeah.
sometimes I'll find them. I'll salvage the cordage off of that because it's fairly strong. I can use it like thread because I can thread it for a needle and use it for sewing purposes. So now I'll say it's weight generally, but it's a large amount of it because also a kite string is meant to hold so much tension in it and stuff like that. So it's probably stronger than, let's say, normal thread per se, a normal spool of thread because it's multi-strand and it's twisted, stuff like that. So I see that stuff all the time. I'm like, I use it like thread for certain projects and stuff like that.
Vanessa says, so can holders are about 1/8 or 2.8 to 3.2 millimeter thick.
Mm.
That's pretty thick anyway.
Like even the thread that came from this leather couch or whatever is actually 3 strand too. Well, I can't show it, but you'll have to take the word for it. I mean, so I'm trying to reuse as much as I can.
Yeah, if you can reuse it.
Yeah, because I'm actually because I use my curve awl that I made a long time ago. See, has great on it. This is the tool I use to undo stitching. And obviously, it takes a little bit longer because I'm not just cutting it, but in theory, I could probably reuse most of it, but not all of it. I mean, I've shown in video where I actually took something, like literally transformed it into something else. Like those lunch insulated type of materials, similar to something like this, right? I had a section of it, and I converted it into, I can't reach it, but I made a little pouch out of it. I didn't even use any new thread. I just reused the thread that was on it. So basically, I just converted it all the way from this to this.
Yeah.
Something that wasn't useful because it was just one piece of it or the backing of it to something that's a container or a pouch. So I can actually put a bandana in it. So, I can slip it in my bag. There's a bandana. I could just pull it out, be like, okay, I got my bandana, for example, or whatever. Yeah, see, I'm not the only one. I know other people do it. And yeah, and then I guess that's why when you see couches, sometimes people actually do it. Or like, you can tell people are actually reusing the materials.
Yeah. Or hunt down leather furniture on side of roads, scalp off chunks if leather as fast as I can and drive on to the truck for another.
Yeah, especially when you're looking at it, it's still fairly good quality or good condition, right? It's not all ripped and shredded. Like you look at it, it just looks like pieces like this. To me, this is like a solid piece. There's no holes in it. There's no rips. It's still good. Especially if that furniture is getting put into landfill, because again, you're saving it from going to landfill and you're reusing it. Like, I like that kind of reusing. Just because not only, like I said, you're reusing, so it's good for the environment, and you're making something in terms of making something for preparedness or whatever, or I could be, because I'm converting it.
Yeah.
To me, that's real kind of like recycling or type of reusing.
So,
Oh.
what is
Vanessa Kitty, and Shadow. I got the sweater jacket someone gave me. It's too big for me. I yet to find someone that will take it. I've always been thinking of what you just said, Vanessa Kitty. I just haven't jumped onto that yet. Because obviously, if I start cutting it, then it's no longer a jacket, right? So I don't want to, but that'll be the last resort.
Yeah. So, what is your expectations for the next year?
Well, all I have to say is we better be ready. That's all I'm gonna say about that.
Do you think it will get worse, or do you think it will be better?
Well, what they say, plan for the worst, hope for the best, or however that saying goes. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna plan for the worst and hope for the best.
Yeah. And I read something that they say that the Charlie Victor would we had to live with that until 2024, and after that it would disappear. But I don't know. I don't think so, really. But you never know. They might be wrong. They might be right.
Well, time will tell. But regardless, like I said, plan for worse, hope for the best. Vanessa Kitty, that's awesome. The comment before that. We live off recycling stuff herself, and they actually know was recycled. I mean, I see things all the time. I'm just like, the skill of, I guess there's converting or being able to reuse stuff into and converting it is a skill, because you're converting something that's not in a useless state. Most people would consider trash or whatever into something useful again. To me, that's a skill, because not everyone can do that, right?
Right.
You know, it's just like that draw type pouch. I actually, the other one I made, I gifted it to someone as a gift. They love it, right?
Yeah.
You know, so it's just like, see, another thing you might see later on in my videos, because they're in the kids sneak peek. Yeah. See, these kind of things that people, the reflective vests and stuff like that, I find them too, and I actually been converting those too. Because again, sometimes they got paint on them or whatever, but there's still usable pieces in there, right? So I'm just basically converting it. I mean, I guess I'm gonna show a sneak peek here. You guys are gonna get a sneak peek here, because I haven't even shown this on my own channel. Like this, right here. Yeah. You better be watching the video when I show the bag and showing this. This is just miscellaneous cordage. This is like cordage or whatever.
Yeah.
This is something I did. So you know how some of these bags that you can get or buy or whatever, there'll be a reflective panel. Well,
yeah.
I made something to put around a bag. Basically, you'll see that I have cordage on here, and basically I just tied around with like the arbor knot and the Fairmont friction hitch around the bag, so I can actually use it. So, like if it's a black bag, for example, I can make it more visible if I really needed to. And the thing is, I can actually, depending what it is or what I'm doing, I could probably put it around me. I could go like this if I wanted to. I know I can tie this on because I can tie it on. So something like this, super easy. I can easily add this to a go bag, right? Easily. And the thing is, I made it with scraps. So it didn't cost me much, just the time to, increase the stitching and refine it. I whip stitch this, but as in going around. But lately I've been getting more not doing it like this way. I tend to actually backstitch now more. So this is like such an easy thing. And again, like I said, I'm reusing it. So to me, I'm just generally satisfied. Stuff like that. I have a pre-made arbor knot, Canadian jam knot in there, and their piece is longer. So basically, I would wrap it around the bag, tie it off with the arbor Canadian jam knot, and that longer end, I would make the pheromone friction hitch, which is basically a friction-based method, similar to like the Prusik knot. Everyone knows Prusik or Prusik knot, how it holds in. It's the pheromone friction hitch is very similar to that. So if you can do a Prusik knot or a Prusik knot, you can do the pheromone friction hitch. So that's how I do it. So I can easily remove it if I have to, because it'll be nice and taut, because it's held in by friction, right? Because the Prusik knot or Prusik knot, depending how you want to pronounce it, is held in by friction, because the loops are side by side. Yeah, Shadow and Vanessa, you guys, I guess CPD, survival, yeah, and Earth, yeah. You'll see these in my bags. So easy too. I've actually added them to all the bags now, like every single last one. It's no brainer to me. Easy enough. And like I said, these aren't just getting wasted in a landfill. Because like I said, most of these were still useful. It's just for people just had to get rid of them, right? And they're like, hey, CR, can you use this? I'm like, oh, can I grab this? I'm like, and and use this tool, man. Sewing needle, some thread. Next thing I know, I got something useful again. Like, I don't even have grommets in this, right? I use the pebble method, so you can see.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I keep forgetting the pebble method. Yeah, you'll see when I actually on this one, and you can barely make it out. That's the top line hitch. Easy. So, a little bit of skill, all right? Top line hitches. Just secure it. So, I mean, like I said, I can do a lot with this. Useful enough. So.
I need to stock up on more paracord. You can have too much paracord.
Well, I think you can overdo anything, but generally try to use, not only use it, but put it to use as much as possible. Yeah, I guess sometimes I have to say, oh, I can't take more. I already have a bunch of it, and I still have to dedicate some of it, right? I mean, I got extra cordage and stuff like that. I'm actually trying to consider dedicating more stuff. Because I'm, per se, not trying to hoard. Per se. So, because generally, if it's more organized, functional, a purpose to it, I generally don't consider it hoarding, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's a difference between hoarding and prepping.
Yeah. Generally, hoarding is not organized, for example.
Exactly.
So, I mean, like, even with the cordage, I mean, I'm even updating my cordage too. Or I can. Let's get this here. I mean, here's some right here. I updated. I got Prusik knots in here, and I got the. See, people have shown this with the bowline knot. I've actually put in the Alpine butterfly knot instead. It's so accurate, I can actually undo this if I really had to. But basically, it's supposed to, so you can put a toggle or what's that called? A Marline spike or whatever. Something to like a stick or whatever, right? Basically, it would go like this, and obviously that'd be around a tree or whatever, right? And you would put like the trucker's hitch in and stuff like that. I'm learning how to do it better now, the trucker's hitch. So definitely increasing my knowledge and skill level of knots. So basically here I got, like I said, I got 2 Prusik or Prusik knots in there. If I wanted to use them. Stuff like
that. Hoarding is a mental health issue and one should seek professional medical help. Yeah, I agree.
So, like I've been saying, now I know 2 ways of attaching a tarp. I mean, attaching a ridgeline to something. I could do it. I could actually multiple ways. So whatever per se works at that time. I can use the trucker's hitch. Like I can use the tumble hitch, or a simple arbor knot to a trucker's hitch, or I can use the Fairmont friction hitch. So I can do both now, which is actually cool because it gives me more options. Whatever works and stuff like that. I mean, I actually was practicing it. I'm just like, yeah, I finally understood it better, the trucker's hitch. Because I never understood the ending of it. I'm like, oh, you're supposed to twist it, then grab, pull your standing end through that loop, and then pull it back towards, let's say, the tree or whatever you're using. So I was just like, now that makes sense. So because sometimes you just have to, once you do it once or twice, and actually do it, and it's good, you realize, oh, this is easier than I thought. I just didn't understand from the videos or from the instructions that I was seeing or reading. So sometimes it pays off to actually do it, learn from the experience, and you realize, oh, it's easier than it seems. But you can rationalize it for yourself the way you can understand it. I mean, that goes for the same for a lot of things, right? Sometimes it's not that you can't do it. It's just you have to understand it for your own self. So it makes sense to you, right?
Vanessa Katie has.
Yeah, correct. I mean,
one does not need to live in walls or waste products, etc. Seek help.
No,
we agree.
I mean, well, I always say hoarding or having stuff, we all do it to a certain degree. Except for some people are much higher on that scale, right? Because I always say, unless your room, if this room was totally empty, I'd be 0 on the hoarding scale because there's nothing in the room at all, right?
Yeah.
But it's now like a 10 where everything's full and I can't even walk inside and you can't see the floor. Then that's a little bit high, right? Where it feels like it's cluttered. Like even this room, to me, it's like a 5. I'm halfway. It's not quite. I got stuff in this room, don't get me wrong, but I can still see the ground too. So, and it's not like, well, anyways, yeah, I won't get into that. I don't want to get into that part of it.
Yeah.
So Shadow, I just realized, was it just you and Second Star and Herobin and Curtis, or did Garden Prepping come in? I thought like I said, I scrolled up the chat. I thought I saw his name mentioned, so I don't know if he came in terms of in the panel.
Yeah, Guardian popped up first, then Curtis.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I didn't miss Uncle Al this time.
Yeah, and Uncle
no
Al
Uncle Al this time. Oh, so he did pop in.
Yeah, he popped in. But he had to go because he had some to check his cooking. So he didn't want to burn it. So
yeah, let's not waste food now. It's not always food now.
That is a problem. There is a lot of food that are wasted. So we should
try always as much as possible. Right.
No, Vanessa, it's okay.
Besides, you're probably the only one chatting with us anyway, so I mean, if you're only one, well, you can't really help but monopolize the time because you're only one in, right? If I wasn't in here and he was just talking alone, I'd be in there chatting with everyone.
Probably.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm starting to learn more. The knots, to me, I think once you learn basics, it's like you can add on top of them and stuff like that, and just keep going with it. How many times have you where knots or the hitches have saved my butt in terms of a problem or whatever, right? Because I have to string something up or something like that, or join something together. Like let's say if someone's trunk wasn't working or latching or whatever, right? I've used arbor knots for that, taut line hitches for that, so it was useful. Because the thing is, something like that, or a quick deploy, not quick deploy, a quick release, right? So maybe even like the tumble hitch. One thing I like about the tumble hitch is it's a quick deploy. Well, not quick deploy, but quick release. Because the way you do it.
Yeah, quick release is very useful sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna. Because I don't have anything standing. Because you need like a pole or something rigid. But I'll just do it with pair of scissors so you guys can. And I learned this back a while ago. I'm just like, okay. I always remember that there's always a short end or a long end. Or I guess the running end and the standing end.
Block and tackle is important too. You can make the system out of loops of rope too. Yeah, you can.
Okay. I'm using my full tank scissors, for example, right? And I'll actually... Here, watch. I have to hold one side, but... Because this would be an anchor somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Look. Something like that. Quick release. Just once you learn it, it becomes easier over time, right? But I like that too. Because it's a form of a slip knot, but it's a quick release. The tumble hitch. You want to pick that up?
Yeah,
it is useful. It's like, yeah, it is useful. Especially
the trucker's hitch. People form a block and tackle from just a rope.
Yeah, it's a cordage version of it. Mm-hmm.
That is a knot I need to try to learn. I never figured that out how you do tie it, but I need to learn that one.
I think I finally figured out how to not only do it, but do it more consistently. It's like I said, it's one thing to do it once or twice, but try again the next day, again, right? 2 weeks later when you haven't done it for a while, right? Because you want it so it's muscle memory, so it's like really stuck in there. I remember when I was challenging myself, and I've shown this on Instagram too, which was basically an earlier video I did back in like 2018, when it was like minus 37 out. I did that in the cold, blindfolded too. Yeah. Both the tumble hitch and the Fairmont friction hitch in there, right? Because both of them are quick release. And technically the trucker's hitch is too. Because the way that when you tie it off, you just pull it back because that loop at the end goes towards the pole or tree or whatever, and I'm making a loop. Like, I'm making a twist in there, right? So it's not look like... I really should have actually pulled out that cordage. because it's like this, right? Well, and also I have to pull it, but I can undo that real easily just by pulling the end of it.
The running end.
Yeah. I forget that piece that uses that loop inside. I forget what it's called, but basically I started to figure that out too, because that's just the way you do it. You can pull that apart. Well, pull it back so it's like this again, right? So now I've gotten better at it. I mean, like, I can sort of make like a blood knot, which basically is a way to join cordage together. Let's see if I can remember even how to do this. I mean, I've done that before. Let's see. Probably should make it longer. I really should have chose cordage that's like, this is just easier to work with for me, but the blood knot, I'm just doing it fast. I mean, I'm still trying to get proficient at it and stuff like that. Because it's basically a series of loops, again, that's entered off at the end. Usually like the Fairmont friction hitch and the Prusik or pressed knots, usually there's free loops in there. And the blood knot's the same way. There's going to be free loops. And hopefully I can do this. So I'm joining both ends of the line together. And I think
Vanessa, the Prusik knot is very handy. It can hold tension to keep lines under tension when holding.
Yeah, I probably didn't quite do this right, but a good idea. Yeah, see, I joined both ends together. I didn't do this quite right, but it's like free loops going around. So it's very similar to the Fairmont friction hitch or the Prusik or Prusik knot, however you want to call it. Right. So I've done this before with cordage. So I can pull. And it's not that difficult to undo, per se, too. I can easily undo this, too. I think that's another reason why I'm starting to enjoy it more. Because it's funny, I've explained the story before, where one of my camping trips that I went on, it's a major event type of camping trip, so there's other people and stuff right there, right? You know?
Yeah.
And basically, I was sitting at my campground. I was looking over, and I'm like, oh, those guys are leaving over, let's say, 100 feet, 200 feet away, whatever, right? And I'm like, oh, they must be gone. Their vehicles aren't there, and campground looks torn down. I was just taking a look. And remember how I said about keeping your eyes peeled, you might see stuff that are useful, right? There's probably not been anything useful there, right? I was probably seeing if there was firewood, right? For example, right? I look over there was cordage over there, like actual paracord too. But the thing is, they didn't take it because they didn't want to bother undoing their knots. Because without the knowledge, they're making like hard knots and stuff like that. As they say, granny knots, as they say it, right? So I recovered it. So, because to them, really, they didn't take the time. Because the knowledge, again, if you learn how to do like quick releases and stuff like that, top line hitches, I can undo those.
Yeah.
I can generally undo those, right? Or even the tumble hitch, I can undo that. The Fairmont friction hitch, I can undo that. Even a Prusik or press knot, I can undo that. But it was just like, it took me a bit, don't get me wrong, but I was just like, I probably found enough cordage to make a kit out of. That's how much cordage I did usable. Now, obviously, the length varied in sizes, right? Because some of them I had to cut. Because, unfortunately, just the way it is. The knot was way too tight. Like you're making a knot in the line, right? Like that. You know what I mean? Where it's like, like this, and you're making that knot in the line, right? And it's really tight. Yeah, that's too hard to undo. I tried, but I was just like, I gave up. So, with knowledge and skill of knots, you're not actually wasting cordage here, right? Because I don't know about these guys that left it behind. They could have just bought it for that camping trip, and now if they go out again, they have to buy more cordage. So basically, you're wasting money because instead of learning skills like knots and hitches and stuff like that, so you won't have to do that, and ditch it. You know how to work it. Does that make sense? Like you know how to do quick release knots. You know what I mean? Like knowledge and skills could have saved them money. Because now, if they went back out camping or whatever, they would have to buy new cordage because they don't have that cordage because they left it behind in the campground, which I recovered because they didn't. They might have been rushing and something like that. So I don't know if that makes sense because I found like a length that was like 13 feet, continuous too. I was just like, wow, I can easily add that into a kit. So basically, I'm using the time that they didn't have to do it or learn it. I'm taking the time to do it, and now I'm going to save money because I don't actually have to buy cordage for that kit yet. Knots are actually knots that come apart, the kind that you don't want those. You want to maintain the full length of cord as long as possible, right? You don't want to be cutting unless you really absolutely desperately need it. Because like I said, I know I showed the blood knot, but cordage or splicing and stuff like that is not, it's not as strong.
Or you can use a knot to shorten the rope instead to cut it.
Instead of, I mean, like I can shorten this line right now, right? I could just make the alpine butterfly knot. So you could see that right there. I can make the alpine butterfly knot in here. Basically, dress it up, as they say, which basically means right? Now I shorten the line without cutting it. Not that difficult. And I'll pull this hard too. Just to kind of prove my point of it's not that difficult to undo this. I didn't put a lot of weight on it, but I could still relatively, and I say relatively, undo this.
Yeah.
So that's why I've been preferring the alpine butterfly knot over the bowline generally, but there is times that the bowline's better. But okay, don't make me look like a fool here. But I'm doing it. But yeah, I can generally undo this. And remember, I just pulled it pretty tight there. Don't make me look like a fool. Okay, no, I got it. I think. Yeah, I got it now. That wasn't that difficult. See? I undid the alpine butterfly knot. I kind of rushing, but you get the idea. So now I can reuse this still, right? Excuse me.
Take Mason line, for instance. Do you maintain a full 500-yard spool through many jobs or chop it up, knot it up, and buy more?
Yeah, because also cordage is, unless you're making it or find it, costs you money somewhere, right? It's like coming back to that camping example, right? These people, because they didn't have that skill and knowledge of it, now they have to buy more of it for their next camp out. And if they keep doing that, they're actually wasting more and more money in the long run. It's one thing if you lose cordage because it gets burnt or you have to leave it. You have to leave it behind. But if you don't and can reuse or scavenge your cordage back or reuse it or take it back with you, that's a good thing. For example, right? Like for example, if you're in a survival situation, for example, if you're making an emergency shelter and you're using cordage and you have to move the next day anyways, because it's a quick overnighter because whatever, right? It'd be nice to know that you can still use your cordage.
Yeah.
After the fact still. I would try my best not to make permanent spots that I'm using the cordage where I won't be able to recover it. Because you might need that cordage still, whatever it is, right? I mean, I know some things like you might be more permanent, like if you're using bank line to make a tripod, but I try to reuse the cordage as much as possible in terms of recovering it for use again. Yeah, you got that on your shelf, Vanessa Kitty? That's awesome.
I learned to make a fishing net from that book when I was like 10 years old.
Yeah, I've seen
That's awesome.
Dave Canterbury showing that with paracord and stuff like that. And there are people doing that, of course.
Yes, and if those...
I agree. If those campers get stranded for some reason, learning efficiency can save their life. Yeah, because you'll be able to actually recover your cordage instead of leaving it behind where you might need it down the road more again, right?
Yeah.
Because any resource, especially in a survival situation, any resource you have, you want to be able to recover it as much as possible. Obviously, a fire starter is a consumable, right? But cordage doesn't necessarily need to be a consumable, like water or fuel or a fire starter or food, right? With skill, you can recover it for the most part, right?
Yeah.
For the most part. Oh, okay. I'm looking at the screen and I still miss things. I think it's because I'm looking up and just kind of recalling what I'm trying to say here, and I'm not even looking at the screen. Or Vanessa Kitty just typed really fast. Yeah. Probably that.
Make a wood shuttle to wrap line around and make a fishing net. That was the coolest thing to use. So afterward, it worked.
That's cool.
Yeah,
it
worked.
So that's why lately, I mean, like, I'm trying to pick up some new knots and stuff like that, but I want to be able to make sure that I can use them. Or find a reason why I like them. And be like, oh, this is cool. I can do this then. This makes sense. So these knots I've been learning have been useful because I've been using them. I'm applying the skill and the knowledge from the experience of doing them into something practical. Instead of, oh, hey, I know how to make this knot. When's the last time you used it? Or when's the last time you had to use it? 5 years, 10 years ago. I'm like, are you sure you remember how to still do it? After all that time, right? Like a bowline, whatever, right? I mean, it's funny. What do I know? Yeah, I know a few, I guess. And the taut line hitch, I guess it's a form of. I always say it's a cordage version of like a reusable zip tie, just because. And again, similar to the firm-on friction hitch, similar to like the Prusik or Prusik knot, there's 3 loops, right? There's 2 loops in the back and 1 loop in the front that holds it together. So it's held in by friction. And also you dress it up and stuff like that. But it's held in by friction, right? So generally speaking, right? But just like the Prusik or the firm friction hitch, I can slide it. So I've been trying to relate what I've been learning with our knots and stuff like that, and then trying to rationalize it and trying to understand it myself. So it makes sense to me why this works in this way. Because now I'm starting to understand the loops, the bites, the loops, and all that stuff. Because once you learn which way to turn, which way to twist, then it starts to make sense. Because and you can combine things together. Here's the taut line hitch in here. And I can easily put an alpine butterfly knot at the end. Because alpine butterfly knot allows you to put a fixed loop in the middle of the line when you don't have access to the ends. I can't make a bow line because I don't have access to the ends, but I can make an alpine butterfly knot in there. So there's an alpine butterfly knot in there. So that's going to be a fixed loop. So, and then like I said, fixed loop. So, oops, should dress it up better. But yeah, fixed loop. So nowhere along the line, the loop's not getting bigger or smaller. And I have a taut line hitch right here. And then I probably could do other things. So sometimes I'm just like at places or whatever. I'm just waiting. You just see me pull out some cordage and just start practicing.
Yeah.
Right.
The taut line hitch I have used.
I mean, like if this loop was longer or like longer, I could probably make a Prusik knot out of that too. And just to see, it's like, oh, you're just putting things together, right? Exactly. Yeah, the friction can maintain tension in the lines. Ten hands comment above. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Also helps you make a body lift harness.
No. Now I got this fixed loop right here. I could be hanging some, for example. I don't know what, but because I think when you start to learn more about hitches and knots and stuff like that, you can start combining the things together, and they work together to a certain degree. Like even this one time, I was bringing a tricycle to my friend's place. I walked it over. It has training wheels on it. What I did was I put two, like obviously there's handlebars on the tricycle, and it's not tricycle on a bicycle, I should say, with training wheels. I walked it over, right? Because it was a nice day out, right? So what I did, I had some cordage. I tied some arbor knots on the handles, and in the middle, I made an alpine butterfly knot so I can actually steer it behind me. So I didn't have to hold my hands down the whole time and stuff like that, and I could just drag it behind me. It was kind of cool. So I kind of applied the alpine butterfly knot differently there.
Yeah.
And like I said, and I've said this many times, they shorten the line too. Look at my coffee mug. My coffee mug has two tall line hitches, right? Now, obviously, I have a handle right here, right? So I can carry this, but I shorten it by putting an alpine butterfly knot. And like I said, if I put this on, make sure the lid's on correctly. Stand up there. So I can actually walk around like this. So my coffee mug's on me, hands free. I can do stuff with it if I want to drink. Boom, I can get pulled around, right? And stuff like that. So, especially in the wintertime for me, or whatever. I don't have to hold my mug while I'm walking, right? I can have it hands free, like almost like a purse or a satchel or something like that, or a sling bag. And to me, it just makes sense. And it's not that difficult, just knowledge, the skill of the knot. So I've been trying to apply that knowledge and that skill somewhere too. Exactly. It's like a lanyard. So I've been trying to apply it as much as I can. So, maybe I didn't learn these at first, but now that I've learned them, now I'm applying them as much as I can. And just practicing and stuff like that. I mean, like, I could put another random alpine butterfly knot in. I still have to actually learn the bowline in terms of one-handed. I can do it two-handed, but I still need to learn how to do it one-handed. For example. And another thing about bowline, well, I guess our fixed loop, like a bowline, for example, because it doesn't get smaller, the loop and stuff like that. I know people, if you were doing like rescue in terms of like out at sea on the water, or like someone fell in ice, you would want that, like that loop that's wider than their body, right? So they can put it over underneath the armpits and grab, if it was like this, right? Because their hands are gonna be cold.
Yeah.
It's hard to hold line when your hands are cold, right? Your hands are gonna be extremely numb. You would have to, if you even can do it, right? You would have to physically really try. But because you have fixed loop around them, they don't have to do that and use even more energy. And it's a fixed loop, so it's never gonna get smaller or bigger. So that's another reason why I wanted to learn it too, because it could help me in the future too. If that ever came to that, right? If I had some line and I had to do that, I'll know. Oh yeah, make a bull line that's wider than them, then toss them to them. Okay, throw that loop over yourself underneath your armpits. I'll help you out. For example.
It is also good.
Oh, you do that, Vanessa? That's cool. That's cool. That's cool.
It's
I mean, like,
good.
yeah.
It's good to have books on how to tie knots.
Well, I might not
It
have
is
the
good.
books on it, but I am committing them up here and actually applying the knowledge too. So I think I can actually do them now.
If you're gonna learn some new knots, it's good to have books, different types of books about how to tie knots. It's I have at least a couple of books on how to tie knots.
Like I said, I just randomly practice. Yeah, bull line. Fixed loop bull line because everywhere on
Yeah,
the line
it
I can
is.
pull, it does never get smaller. Similar to an alpine butterfly knife. Yeah. I find these are actually like look, I have randomly two alpine butterfly knots, a taut line hitch, bull line in here. You know, I could probably make another alpine butterfly knot in here if I really wanted to. Right? And then, you know, this is just for practice, right? It's not just so I can show this on camera. Right? Here's another alpine butterfly knot, right? And stuff like that. So and now, let's see how long it takes me to undo all this. While I read those high hitch knots for tying a bag shut and not letting it fall open. Okay, yeah. Exactly. Like I said, with a little bit of knowledge, I can recover all this. The only thing that, like I said, the bow line sometimes for me can be difficult to undo. I think this is why I like the alpine butterfly knot, generally. Just undo all this. Undo all these. Real quick here. I didn't really pull or put a lot of tension on it. Alright. Boom. Boom. And like that. Like that. Like that. Oh, look. Boom. It's all done. I got my original cordage length again. Now I can pack this away, put it back. So, and it helps with deployment too because, hey, I don't have to mess around with certain things because I'm not experienced or don't have the knowledge of tying them. I know how to do them. So now I've recovered all that line if I was using it. So, sorry, I just went on a big tangent on hitches. We've been talking. I've been talking about that for like the last 45 minutes. It looks like I've been talking about that for the last 45 minutes, haven't I?
Yeah.
And I even missed what Vanessa said. Kitty said it like 20 minutes ago. Because I'm scrolling back up. Practice in cold or wet, whether you can get an emergency tie down stuff efficiently in trouble, etc. Yeah. See, I missed that comment in there. That's after we were talking about the proofing now. So I've been talking about this for a while because I think this is important and it's a relatively easy skill, right? You can practice with, you know, stuff like that. How could you not like it? Oh, did I just use that as a pun? Yeah, I did. Stuff like that. So, I think I even used these knots and hitches for like gathering firewood and everything like that, or something I gotta pull. You know, and you know what's funny? I remember I was helping someone with a zipper ray because it was snag. I used cordage. Like if you have a zipper ray, it's snag or whatever, so I can get more leverage because I have a longer lever, I guess, right? And I can stuff like that. So that helped too. So, I've been slowly getting more and more into knots and cordage. Well, cordage does have CR in it. Just saying.
Yeah, you find CR in everything.
Like
Almost.
Cover.
Yeah.
Right. Encourage.
Yeah, that too.
Recover. Yeah. So. Hey. Oh, you know what else has CR in it? Christmas. I already said that in that video. In my comments. But yeah. So if I did pick up or learn more knots or hitches, it'd be for a certain reason why I would want to learn them. Because I think the ones I do know, they're useful. You know, taut line hitch, the tumble hitch, the thermal friction hitch, the trucker's hitch, the blood knot, also an arbor knot, you need jam knot, stuff like that. Square knot, I guess, right? I guess square knot, stuff like that.
The Moral Guide to Knots. This is the book on my shelf. It has been with me for 50 years.
Oh, that's really cool, Vanessa. That's really
yeah,
cool.
Well, put that on my. Try to remember that book.
I mean, I guess I got the SSA. I know it's got pages on it. I think I've read it. Knot tying section in it. Yes, randomly it's gonna come out again. I know there is knot tying sections in this.
Yeah, it is.
Hey, Vanessa Kitty, look. Net making. The net making one. Oh, yeah. See, it talks about a Prusik or Prusik knot, right? In here. Stuff like that. Or learning to lash, too. I have to practice the lashing a little bit. Let's see what else is there. Securing loads. Sheep shank. Something I don't always use, but...
Yeah, Kitty. I will check if I can find this book here in Sweden. So that would be nice.
Yeah, you know, there's that.
That is not bad. $16. I will check that book up on Amazon.
Yeah. See, this part right here, I won't show too much, but this part right here, just take my word for it. You know how some people will whip a cordage around, let's say, a light or a knife, something like that. Usually they use that whipping thing, right? I think you guys probably understand what I mean. I'm not going to show it, but because you can't really tell because it's not like so bright. But it says whipping rope. You know, it says the end of the rope must be secured in some way so it doesn't unravel, right? It's a certain way of doing it so you can actually... I know how to do it now, but you see that a lot on knives and stuff like that. You might see that on knives or let's see, people do it with walking sticks and stuff like that. Maybe even like they have bank line on their later or something like that. It's a way of securing it on. So there's a lot of useful things in there. Jeez. Actually, I didn't realize how many pages? It's like a lot. It's like almost 30 pages just on cordage alone. Like knots and hitches and rope. Net making. So I really do like this book. It is very educational. Very educational. If I learn half of this stuff and can keep it in my head, that'd be nice. That'd be nice. That'd be nice to know. That'd be nice to know.
Yeah, whipping it end if rope to stop fraying end. Yeah. I know how to do whipping. So
let's see if I can. Let's see if I can remember how to do this. I know there's a certain way of doing this. Okay, I'll use a straw here. If I remember right. If I remember right, If I remember right. I know there's supposed to be a. I guess this would be a. No, yeah. This would be a bite, right? Or is it a loop? Well, loop or bite. I'm trying to remember the terminology at times when I'm explaining it. So it would go around like several times. See, I'm a little rusty at this. See, you can tell I'm rusty at this. I'm trying to do this and I'm not doing it correctly too. So, if anything, I'm. Yeah. I gotta revisit that myself. Because I think you could do something like this with if you wanted to attach something like on the end of a stick. I think that's another reason why I wanted to learn it. So I can attach it on the end of a stick. Or let's say if you know, not everyone has an extra long spoon or fork, right? So if you have a short one, you can attach it to a stick and do it and whip stitch it around and create on a stick or whatever. See, I know I'm doing it wrong. Yeah. I know I did it wrong. The loop's supposed to be there early. I did this wrong. See? It's this way. Yes, yeah, it's this way. If I remember right. I think so. See, I know I'm doing this wrong somewhere in there. See, I gotta remember how to do this. I don't do this one enough. Yes, it was. And this is Kitty. And apparently I need to practice on it. Because I should be able to do this. Yet, for some reason, I'm forgetting it. The technique. Oh, yeah. Now I remember. I think. Hopefully now. I think I remember now. Okay. I think I remember now, guys. It only took me like 2 tries. I think I just had to. And remember, I'm just using a straw real quick, for example. The loop is supposed to be at the end. The loop at the end is gonna be where the end of the line is. And now I feed this through that loop, and I should be able to tighten that. All right. Okay, guys. And tighten both ends. Okay, I think I got it now. It only took me that long. Okay. Yeah, similar to this. So I have to practice too. Yeah, this should be the whipping of it around. Like this would you would use on like well, whatever. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That looks to hold up pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, also I could dress it up and stuff like that. I'm rushing a little bit, but sometimes I have to refresh myself too, because sometimes I don't use certain things for a while, right? So that's why I try to apply the knowledge as much as possible, because I think if you can apply it, you're more likely to remember it, because you're actually physically and mentally applying it as much into like what you do in the real world as possible. So if you're problem solving and stuff like that, you're applying it directly, so it becomes more memorable, more you're doing it more often, right? And practicing it. Yeah.
I'm gonna check that book up if I can find it on Amazon, the Swedish Amazon.
Well, I'm not pointing at her, but because it'll slide. You know, one thing, I don't know if you've ever gone, what's that called? Acromate? Isn't that what it's called? Well, because I've seen, where you can use cordage to hold like a pot up, right? With only cordage. Actually, some of those things I have to learn too. Because I kind of relate them into the cordage because they're not really knots, but they're a way of securing something with our objects, right? So you can use cordage like this to hold like a flower pot up, for example, right? With only cordage. I still have to learn that better.
Vanessa, that's a really good idea, actually. That would be awesome.
Yeah.
I do like this. I'm gonna share this again.
Fun.
Yeah, fun. We share this. We pull the size up a little bit. I believe that is the
1982. That's almost 40 years old now. Almost coming up to.
I guess this is the book you mean. You mentioned, Vanessa. So
that's cool.
Yeah, I believe it is. It is. It looks like to be really good.
Yeah, me too, Vanessa Kitty. I like the color on it. It looks very bright, fresh, with the yellows and the blues in there. New, colorful. Okay, Vanessa.
Yeah, I'm gonna add it to my list. I put that to my list. Yeah.
Oh, that'd be very nice. That'd be very nice, Vanessa. Because I've seen how many times knots have been very useful to me. In unexpected ways too at times. Where it's like, oh yeah, I can use that knot or hitch. That'll work. Especially if you're securing stuff on a truck or a tarp or connecting things, right? Because I guess I consider anything cordage if you can tie, bind, or wrap it around it. Like chain, webbing, and stuff like that.
that that book looks actually really good. So yeah, that is a book I don't have. I can tell you that now. So this is a book I really would like to have. So I put it to my list. So
I'm still randomly practicing. See, technically, I joined the two ends together. Technically, not quite, but I did make a loop in here with an alpine butterfly knot. Except for the alpine butterfly knot is like way at the end of the line, so the loop's really big now.
when you enter basic training with knowledge of spit shining like I did, I became instantly helpful.
Just kidding.
Yeah, I would probably enjoy that book for many years. I agree with you about that one. I had another book. Oh, what? Ashley Book of Knots is also a good book. For over 4,000 different knots.
And hopefully you can actually apply them in the real world to situations too.
Well, that is over.
I know. Some knots or hitches or whatever are kind of not as good as some other ones, but I'm trying to learn all at least all the good ones that are like generally pretty useful in situations. So
Yeah.
To join line together or whatever, right? Like a square knot or whatever, or a blood knot. Make a fixed loop like an alpine butterfly knot or bow line to making something like you're an arbor knot or a taut line hitch, or that kind of cordage version of blocking tackle or pulley like the tumble at the trucker's hitch to quick release like the tumble hitch or the Fairmont friction hitch to the friction-based ones like the Fairmont friction hitch or the Prusik or Prusik knot. Yeah, I just said all that.
My squad, if 8 people, had the most perfect mirror-shined combat boots. The Sister Flight T1 TI got upset and accused us the finding barber shop.
Those can't be real. Those can't be real. Actually, let me ask both of you. Can I ask a question here? Because I just remember this right here too. Shadow and Vanessa.
Yeah.
Right? I know braiding. Braiding, to me, braiding is never part of the cordage thing. Like, okay, let's see, the Cobra weave on paracord bracelets. That tends to be the weave you see in most paracord bracelets. I say most, but you know what I mean. Because you tend to see that even in pre-made kits and stuff like that. If there's paracord bracelet, it usually looks like the Cobra weave. I got one on me right here. I gotta practice the Cobra weave. I don't use it that much, but you know what I mean. That's like this one right here. That's a Cobra weave, right? This version style, right? So it's also thinner. I think I tend not to like those as much. They're thinner, but it takes a while to undo them because they're not quick deploy. I think this is why I keep making the quick deploy ones, more often than not. But the quick deploy ones, they're a little bit more. They're not as thin as I make this right here. And this is one of those things I learned a long time ago, and I'm applying them too. Oh yeah, that too. Vanessa key.
Yeah, fishing knots. They are handy to learn.
Get to know that stuff too.
Yeah.
Simple braid like this. I know there are ways of making quick deploy braids and stuff like that. I can make bracelets like this, versions like this. I have a lot actually. I've been practicing. I've been practicing. Stuff like that. I tend to have, if I don't have a survival bracelet, I tend to have these versions instead. Because I can easily deploy this, undo this. It's not that difficult. It won't take me that long. The Cobra weave tends to take a lot longer to undo.
Our TI dang near beat the other drill instructor up over there accusing me of doing that. I taught those 8 and they taught the 40. Well,
yeah, super chains in it. I can easily make a bracelet too.
Or we'll make a spit chain tutorial, I think. Well, that would be nice. Maybe we will see net parts built from around the world. Net of many people's hands.
Like I said, that's why I like it so much.
That was cool.
Yeah, zipper chains in it. Actually, I originally learned it for braiding porn.
Yeah, I believe they were shiny. Yeah, Vanessa, rope and knots are all fun.
Like I said, I originally learned the zipper chains in it for making cordage from porn. Plastic. Well, porn comes from the word plastic and yarn, so plastic bag. I mean, I even had. I have an example nearby. I thought I had an example. Oh, yeah. I do. On my water bottle right here. That's porn. That's braided in the same way that I just did, right? So I can make cordage out of that. I do that every so often. Sometimes. It's just something useful.
Yeah.
And again, that I'm reusing the plastic bags. So
we should do block and tackle show maybe.
And then you net.
Then use the net legally for fish.
Yeah, I mean, so once you can deal with cordage. Once you can deal with cordage, that's for sure.
Or make our own throw net. Throw nets.
Let's see here.
Useful.
I'll randomly put the proof not in here. Because if I remember right, if you only do one loop like this is known as Clark's head knot, I think. I heard that from Uncle Al, I think. I think it's Clark's head knot if you only put one. So technically I know that, but you need at least 3 in there. And when you're doing it, if I remember right, let me just do this real quick here. At least 3. And all the loops have to be side by side for a Prusik knot. Because you have to dress it up. Stuff like that. So like that's the Prusik knot. And you can see, let me tighten this up a little bit. The friction of all the loops going around, and because it's in the center, right? You can see it's in the center there. Let's see here. Let's see if I'll tighten this up. Let's see. Like, look, I'm actually pulling. Like, not really hard, but like, you can see, shadow. I'm actually pulling that.
Yeah.
Knot. The side. So it holds it in by friction. And remember, this is a straw. It's very more slick than something else. But I've shown people with the Prusik knot that I've done. I tied it to a chair. I was doing push-ups, putting all my weight on the Prusik knot, and I wasn't sliding. So I think this is why I like it too.
Yeah.
Because it is useful. It is definitely useful.
Kevlar rope has high temp melting, so makes good pot holders and things to place hot pans on.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Use dowels to use clear tubes to practice. Yeah, or a pencil or something like that, right? Something like that, just so you get a sense of it.
Yeah.
Like I said, sometimes when you see like things like anime knots, or you see them in books, you don't get you don't see all the angles, right? So sometimes you just don't understand. Oh, I got to twist this way, not that way, or you know what I mean? Or I get which way the loops go around, or the turns and stuff. That once you start to understand, you're like, oh, it's easy. It becomes easier, and you practice again. You're faster at it. The next thing you know, next day, it's like you can make it like blindfolded, right? That's another challenge too. If you can do the knots blindfolded without hearing and with gloves on or mitts on, you're getting better. Because now you're understanding it without even seeing it or feeling it. You just kind of know. And it helps make sense with it. Hi. You got a friend in here. A vlogger? I'm not familiar with this channel. I'm saying you know them.
Yeah, I know. I know Latino Pinay family vlogs. I follow her channel.
I'm actually trying to pull this off. I'm actually trying now. It's starting to slide, but this is a slick straw. I'm actually trying.
Hey, Latino Pinay family vlogs. Welcome to my stream.
If I actually really have to try to do that, but remember, it's a straw, so it's
and Merry Christmas.
So. Is there? I didn't realize there was. It seemed like it. I'll let him decide. Sometimes I can't tell, but I mean, some things are obvious.
Yeah.
Some things are obvious, so some things maybe not so much.
Vanessa says the strongest rope is currently purple rope.
Okay. 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 I think I'm missing the context of the conversation.
Yeah.
Just a tad. I tend to know what's going on, but no, I'm lost. Right?
Yeah.
It's all good. 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 It's all good.
It's all good.
Yeah. Things happen. We misunderstand, misjudge. As long as we're all on the same page.
Yeah.
Because to me, it didn't seem like it. Follow, not nuts. Unite. Okay.
Fellow not nuts unite. Still going on. Who's the archer?
Yeah, I know, Rick. I've been here
Still
for how long
going
now?
on. Yeah, we are on 3:45:54. So
Been here
we
for like the last 2 hours. Almost 3. Almost 3. Almost
yeah,
3
we are
hours.
still going on.
Oh, okay. I see.
Purple rope made here in Rhode Island. That rope is the tag ropes for ocean vessels. Huge ones. Ah, okay. That's really, that kind of rope are probably pretty heavy as well.
Well, I would assume so.
Yeah. If I can procure some, perhaps I can ship you both some.
Oh, that'd be very nice of you.
Well, that is really nice.
No, not necessary, but I know we appreciate that.
I can't say I have heard about purple rope.
I may have heard about that somewhere, but it's been a while.
Yeah, it is probably the color of the rope.
Well, and other things. It's more than just a piece of purple rope. There's materials and stuff like that. Probably the way that's weaved and put together in the first place.
Yeah.
It has a high tensile strength.
You have a lot of
Oh,
knowledge.
that rope floats.
Ocean tankers and tugs pull huge barges and container ships. Okay. Yeah. I figured that rope floats. Yeah, I figured. Yeah, it is cool, Vanessa.
Yeah, I guess I must be practicing a lot because I haven't stopped with the knots. I'm just like doing this just randomly.
I am going to find some tackles. I could do a kit up for you both. We practice online.
Oh, okay.
Well, that would be awesome. That would be really awesome, actually, Vanessa.
Let's see if I can actually.
That is a cool idea. I never thought about that before.
As I randomly try something out. Although it should work. So I'm trying. Well, I almost got it. Oh, come on. I want to see her. Ooh, I should have made the the loop for the Alpine butterfly knot a little bit wider. It's not. I'm trying to. What I did was, yeah, it's a little bit snug. A little bit snug. But what I did was I put the Alpine butterfly knot in, braided the rest of it, and I have the Prusik knot at the top. So technically now, hey, technically, I have a. Now this is not a fixed loop, but I can adjust that to make it a fixed loop, and basically now
Yeah.
I've shortened the line because I braided it. I have the Alpine butterfly knot at this end. I have the Prusik knot or Prusik knot on this end, right? So let's say if I could be using this for something. I don't know exactly what, especially this and joining something together. Maybe I don't know. I just whatever. Could be useful somewhere. I don't know where. Right. So basically, now I'm just combining a lot of things together.
Here it is, plasma 12 strand, aka purple plasma rope from Cortland Forget Sound Ropes is the highest strength synthetic rope available. Yeah, I bet it is. Practice together can be beneficial. I agree.
That's kind of like what I'm doing right here. Trying.
It is easy to practice together. Load strengths, how to figure tensions, how to meet safe loading of block and tackle. We can be moving heavy timbers in yard.
That reminds me.
Timber
reminds me
frame.
of this. This reminds me of a video that I saw. Oh.
Welcome back,
it's Harvey.
Harvey. Yeah.
I was like about to say, where's Harvey in this whole time? He hasn't been here. I know he was in earlier.
Yeah, he was, but he had to go. He could be in for half an hour, and then he would be back. So.
Okay, now I got Alpine butterfly knot right here. That's a braided version zipper chains in it. I got the Alpine butterfly knot over here, and I got a Prusik knot right here. So basically now, I could, let's say if I was connecting this to something or whatever, like a carabiner, I could do this like this, and I can still recover all this cordage. Didn't have to cut or anything like that. For example, I mean, I don't know exactly what I would use this for, but it's cool that I can do it. Because like I said, I've been trying to combine things together, right? And just see, hey, what happens if I put all of it together? You know, the skills and stuff like that. I guess that is what I'm doing.
I'm working on getting some 3/8 or 5/8 diameter purple plasma rope.
That's cool.
Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, Harvey.
Hey, wait, look, everyone. I made an R.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. Have you see? I've seen this video. Well, I think obviously you guys know who Creek Stewart is, right? You know Creek Stewart, right, Jonah?
Timber frame my workshop. 16 feet by 12 feet by like 16 foot high. Well, it's yeah, knots, tying knots is a therapy. It's relaxing.
Yes, I think so too.
And Harvey's so full, so
Man, he's so full. Jeez, now I thought I would get away from being hungry in the stream. Clearly, I'm not. Thanks, Harvey. Thanks. No. Anyways, coming back to what I was saying, well, I think you guys know who Creek Stewart is, right? I've seen this before. He's shown this before using Creek Stewart. Well, anyways, he showed this video. You can actually. Oh, I'm trying. I think I have it bookmarked, but basically, he was using like large timbers, like 12-inch or like a foot wide at least, right? Two of them in a certain way to leverage a vehicle, 1-ton vehicle that was tipped over by using leverage and cordage. I've seen that. I want to try that. Well, maybe with not a car or whatever, but like with a rock or whatever, just to see that, because to me that was quite interesting to see that how one person can actually tip over a vehicle back over. I thought that was quite interesting because now honestly you need timbers that are really, really wide and tall enough, right? And cordage that can handle the tensile strength, for example, right? But I thought that was just really cool to see something like that because they could be useful. That could be useful. That could be like, if you, your all-terrain vehicle or whatever just tips or whatever, right? That could be something useful to know. That try that out before, right? That could save you from having to walk out, right? Because obviously once you tip your vehicle, you ain't driving, right? So if you could tip it back up on the wheels, you might still be able to drive out. Could save you the energy and the time of having to walk out. The inconvenience of it, right? I mean, I've never tried that before, but it was just something using leverage and levers and stuff like that. So, and also you need cordage that can handle that kind of weight.
Yeah.
So I feel I'll send you a link to it. I'll send you a link to it later, Shadow.
Yeah.
I'll send you a link through IG later because I know I have that. I know it's on YouTube. You can see it, and but I haven't done it yet personally. I know of it, but it just because he actually flips the Jeep back on the wheels because he alternates between like this way, then that, and this way, right? And basically slowly, 1 inch at a time, lifts the vehicle until it's back upright again. I mean, I'm pretty sure you can't really do that with anything more than a 1-ton, for example, right? Could be useful, especially if you don't have other means of doing it, like another pulley or a block and tackle or a winch, for example. So.
That is a nice little project to do.
All right. So let's see how long it takes me to undo this.
I'll buy the tripod when I can.
How many things have I made?
Lashing a tripod gets me to have a seat before that hardware arrives. Yeah. The book I am going to buy is Christopher Schwartz's Campaign Furniture book.
Undo that. And like that, I've recovered the cordage, relatively speaking. Also, I think if I put more tension on it, the knots or the hitches would be a little bit tighter, but still doable. Oh wow, I've recovered the cordage again.
The tripod leather campaign stool design is from his work. Okay, that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Triangle leather seat with 3 piles in tripod. Yeah.
That's what I should do. Maybe when that's the kitty reminds me. Maybe I can make a seat out of it. Well, probably 2 pieces and grommets or something like that. Would be interesting. Thinking about that. I have made a seat before with materials, netting type materials before. It looks like a hammock, but it's a seat.
Yeah, please do, Vanessa. Please post a picture once you finish the chair. That would be awesome. Yes, look to his campaign stool. I printed out his pattern, then added 3 inches per side. Okay.
Cool.
I believe Dave Canterbury did something with made a stool like that.
Oh yeah, I made a footrest like that before. I guess it was technically a real short tripod, but I did that just for fun. It was that same camp out that I was talking about, with the cordage that I found from a different campsite. So
Every draw an accurate 18-inch sided acrylic.
oh, it's full. Okay, that's cool, Vanessa.
Triangle with only a square rule and too short a straight edge. Trolls and bots are out on other channels. Squashed one, lol.
Well, I would imagine so. There's a lot of streams, even yesterday.
Yeah.
No surprise, friend. No surprise. Knowing me, I'll be stream hopping a little bit more. I'm probably gonna slip out in a few minutes here, Shadow. So I can allocate my time to everyone here, and I need to take a short break again and get some coffee and get some food in here, and apparently I need to reply to comments too.
Yeah, that too.
I mean, unless you're going for 8 again.
Think 2 regular tetrahedrons on top meeting.
Or hedrons?
Yeah, tetrahedron.
Yeah.
On top meeting at vertex. The tripod has lashing at each center if there are 3 pillars. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
34-inch long pole should give a 26-inch high seat. It's pretty cool to make stool like that.
Or even a footrest. Or even a footrest.
Yeah.
Right? I just made it. Everyone's just like, "Can I borrow that footrest here?" I'm like, "I can make you one." And I just made that from scraps, right? I just practicing it and just for fun. And like I said, the cord check out.
Yeah.
It's not like it was just these odd end pieces that we had as wood, right? So
Yeah, footrest and chairs.
oh yeah, the 60-degree angle equilateral triangle. Yeah. Now I remember that too. Now I feel like making a chair or something. Or a footrest. Dang. There's a lot of things I want to do now. Alright, people in the side chat, Shadow here.
Yeah.
I am gonna slip out here. Guys. Like I said, I need to allocate my time. There's some other people too today. I've been here for like the last 3 hours almost. For just under 3 hours. So I was here for a while actually. And apparently I was talking about cordage for like the last for half the stream.
Yeah.
But it was really cool. It was and Vanessa Kitty, I enjoyed the talk with you too. It was very
I enjoyed it as well. So
yes, and of course I got to see the famous moderator, Harvey Black. Yeah, that guy.
yeah.
Hey Harvey, when did you don't have a channel? When are you gonna be a content creator, Harvey? Just kidding.
I found my oak dowels at Lowe's for only $4 a piece. I could make them through.
Hello, Mr. Boots. Mr. Boots and Bounty Homestead.
Look at Crosswalks campaign chair. I will do them as well. Packable leather chair. Hey, Mr. Boots and Bounty Homestead, welcome to the and Merry Christmas.
Just relax. Who knows? Maybe I'll do a stream, but not yet. I did so many last week. Oh,
thank you.
Hey, it was an awesome show because Vanessa Kitty spam. I mean, was talking so much to us. Yeah.
Well,
Vanessa. No, I'll love the conversation with you, Vanessa, all the time.
Thank you, Vanessa. Much appreciated. Yeah, Merry Christmas, Vanessa.
Nah. I was just kidding.
No.
I was just kidding. Actually, it's more engaging. Actually, I received the chat actually interactive, because that's the point of doing these live streams, anyways, to be interactive as a way to communicate with other people, right? Obviously, I'm here on the panel with them and can talk, but if I was in the side chat, I'd be typing up a storm too, because it's nice to interact back and forth, right? This is a way for us normally that we don't talk or whatever to interact and share some stories, time, and experiences and all that stuff together with everyone. Yes, Vanessa. Again, thanks for having me on. Take care, everyone. I'm there with you all in spirit.
It's always a pleasure to have you, buddy.
Yes. I guess that reminds me before I go here. Are you gonna do one next week? I guess next week it'll be New Year's Day. I guess you might as well. Yeah. I guess that'll be your first New Year, the first one of the year.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. You're doing a Christmas one. You might as well do a New Year's Day one.
Yeah. I guess I have to do that. Well, it will be New Year chill and chat stream.
Okay. Take care, Vanessa, Katie. I know Mr. Boot, the Mr. Famous, infamous, legendary, awesome Harvey Black moderator here. Yeah, I just said that. Oh, and ShadowScoutSwede. And everyone else. Take care, everyone.
Take
All the
care.
best for me.
Well, guys, this was fun. But you're right, Vanessa. These are skills I actually use when teaching math. But math is taught during these activities too. Interesting, Vanessa. A fab channel of mine is doing a chat at 2,000 hours Eastern, 2,000 hours Eastern tonight. Okay. That sounds interesting. We've made it to space safely thus far. You're very welcome, Vanessa. It's always a pleasure to have you on my stream. You always have interesting ideas. And you also have a great knowledge, Vanessa, so F equal MA block and tackle and power to my B stuff, mathiness everywhere. Yeah, it seems to be math. A lot of it. Okay. Four hours and 12 minutes. Yeah. Force equal mass times acceleration. Okay. I'm not that good at math. Actually, I suck on math. I know what I need to know when it comes to math. It sounds like physics. Yeah, thanks, Vanessa. Yeah, you are probably right about that. That most folks had bad teachers. Yeah. I agree with you about that one. So I can say I had the best teachers when it comes to mathematics or physics. I always had some problems with math and physics as well. So Yeah, 4 hours. I believe it was 2 streams ago. We're running for 7 hours and 52 minutes, but that was pretty hard and tough. So you have been packing up Christmas decorations since it was unseasonably warm weather. In the, how warm did you have? Yeah, so well, it's cool to run a stream for 7 hours, Kitty, but but it is also exhausting. It is really tough, actually. 3 inches snow, 75 degrees Fahrenheit. I guess that is warmer than normal for you in Tennessee. 3 inches snow. I don't know if we had some snow today. No, I don't think so. No snow today. Normally we are in the 40, 50s. Well, I believe you can get some snow sooner or later. But here where I am, we have snow. And today we had probably 8 to 10 minus. We're getting into a frozen time here, unseasonably warm as well. 2 days ago we almost hit 70 degrees. Well, it seems you guys have warm weather when you should have snow. Yeah, we have enough, but I guess it will probably come more. I'm gonna check that out, by the way. Where do we have that? My weather app. Today we have minus 12 degrees. And then it drops to minus 15. And we will have minus 16 at Monday. And obviously no snow. Nope. No more snow. Well, that can change. So hey, Mary, 1970. Good to see you. Boyle's Law. Oh boy. Boyle's Law and Charles' Law. Okay. Yeah, Harvey is good at math, it seems. Better than me, anyway. Currently dropping to low 20-degree Fahrenheit here. That's pretty low temperature. Copy Mr. Backslash. Well, it happens. It happens. Yeah, I figured that. It's 27 in Maine. Well, it is a job anyway. Somebody has to be a math teacher as well. Everybody. How many mason jars are needed for 22-pound, 100-kilo beans? 100-kilo beans is a lot of beans. Somebody is obviously better in math than I am. Yeah, Vanessa, I agree. Light bulb moments are the best. Oh boy. I feel I'm beginning to get tired. So I think I'm gonna wrap things up, guys. So I see you guys next time, and I think yeah, it will be a New Year stream too next Saturday. And yeah, thanks, Harvey. Thanks, Vanessa and Mr. Boots and Bounty Homestead. Thanks. Yeah, happy holidays. Take care, stay safe, be prepared, stay alive. You're very welcome, Vanessa and Harvey. Everyone, much appreciated. And I appreciate every one of you guys. You're my second family, so and you're awesome folks too. So yeah, I have fun too. Always fun. Bye. And I'm out.